meeting to order. Oops, microphone. Let's call the meeting to order 4:01. Please call a roll.
Matthew Kate. Matthew Kate present. Lila Hood, not present. Josh Wolf, not present. Rishi Chopra, not present. Luam Tesfaye, not present. Rodman Martin,
Present.
present. Frank Canada.
Here.
Frank Canada present. Chris Hyland, absent. Matthew Yankee.
Present.
Matthew Yankee present. Fiona Hensey.
Present.
Fiona Hensey present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Chair Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Great. Any changes, adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, I heard from Peter Warfield yesterday, who informed me that he would be unavailable for his hearing today, as he felt he needed more time to prepare. So he was asking for a continuance. This is his second request.
On both items?
Yes.
Okay, so our complaint procedure only allows for one gratis. The second one from the petitioner needs to be approved by the task force, or subsequent. So I'm putting that, at this point, I think we should put that so we can figure out what we're going to do. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that when the items come up?
I think if he's not going to be here at all, we can just dispose of it. Well, deal with it now.
Sue Blackman, I believe, is going to attend today's hearing.
She's here.
She is? Oh,
Yeah.
great.
So why don't we just dispose of any changes to the agenda, and then we'll vote. We'll take up the action on these two items right after that.
Okay.
And we'll take it from there. Are there any other changes or adjustments to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, there's no action to make any changes. We'll move on to the next item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, July 16, 2019 meeting.
Okay. Any changes, adjustments, amendments? Yes.
I have some.
Of course.
Thank you, Matthew.
Of course you do.
Of course I did. Yeah. All right. The motion for the minutes from last time, top of page 3, you have Member Highland listed as a I vote. He was not present at the meeting.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Page 4, the motion. It says white pages. It was white paper.
Member LaHood at 4:05.
Anyone else can weigh in if they want. I think it was a little unclear when we had a motion, it was on page 6 and 7, where there was an initial motion, then there was an amendment, then there was an amendment to the amendment. I'm not sure that the overall final amended version of the motion was actually stated in the minutes.
Right.
So I think that would be helpful to have, it showed exactly what we were ultimately voting on.
Okay. I'll work on that with.
I'll work on that. And also, as part of that, middle of page 7, you have Member Kanata listed twice on the
Yep,
last
I
of
do.
this.
Thank you.
And page 9, you have Member Kanata listed twice on
Yep,
that
I
vote.
see it.
Page 8, you have Member Kanata listed twice on that vote.
Can you get me 2 times
Yeah.
the pay?
All right, I'm done.
How's that math work?
All right. That's
right.
significant.
All right. Any other changes or adjustments to the minutes? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the minutes? Seeing none, can we take this by acclamation?
Sure.
Seeing no objection, the minutes are approved. Okay, so let's dispense with items. What?
Is it 8 and 9?
For
8 and 9 library users.
yeah. Let's dispense with that now, so we can let the parties go. What's your pleasure?
How does it work when one party is here and the other one isn't?
Well, the one party that isn't here said he wasn't going to be here, and he was
complainant.
requesting a
But
continuance.
Today?
Today.
We were notified today?
No, he notified us yesterday.
Okay.
So, and our procedure is pretty clear. First one is gratis, second one or subsequent, the task force has to make a decision. Fiona, can you, thanks.
Thank you. Did
Member
he
Hensy.
specify any reason why, other than that he needed more time to prepare?
No, that was it. I had prepared all his materials more than a week ago for him to pick up and made them available.
'cause he did-
and
yeah.
sent him an email saying that they were available for him at the reception desk in our office. And then he came into the office at about 4:52 and wanted to know if I had prepared all the materials for him, and I said I had. And then the next day, Tuesday, I got this email from him saying he needed more time to prepare. I'd offered everything to him a while ago.
Did he take the materials when he was
Yes,
in
he
here?
did.
Okay.
He did take them with him. I also told him that he's welcome to look at the packet that we keep at the Board of Supervisors office for the general public to look at.
Okay.
I mean, I'm inclined to grant
Member Martin.
I'm inclined to agree to one continuance more
He
than
already
the-
did,
He
though.
already
Yeah.
requested a continuance for the June meeting and it was granted.
So this would be his second.
This is his second request, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I would grant the second, and the next one would,
So you're making a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Is there a second? Second. It's moved by Member Martin, second by Member Kate. The only thing I'm concerned about here
Yeah.
is that at the 11th hour, after we've already created the agenda and we've, it's pretty painstaking to put these agendas together, make sure everybody has a chance. These are two cases in one meeting where two other people who are now been pushed to another month, another meeting 4 weeks or 8 weeks away, could have had a chance and we could have filled it in, given more time.
Right.
And if he told us on Thursday, we could have made that adjustment.
I agree.
Yeah, Friday is when I post the packet.
Right. Member Hensy?
I might suggest that we give him like a date certain for his next one, and then if he
Well, he'd already been notified like 3.5 weeks before this hearing that it was happening, and he knows he can come into the office to review his materials at any time. The fact that he waited until 48 hours before the
Right.
hearing, in my opinion, is inexcusable.
Yeah.
right.
Anybody else? Any
Yeah,
other
I just think it's
Member
kind of difficult
Yankee.
for the respondents that,
Yeah,
that
Sue
obviously,
Blackman has
we
to
have
show
respondents
up.
who showed up and, I'm sure they have important city business to attend to. And so I just have concern that it's
Yeah.
so last minute. I mean, if the roles were reversed and we had, petitioners coming in and the city not showing up, I think I would feel
Yeah,
very
they
different,
would- Yeah.
I'm not sure. So,
Yeah, so I'm assuming Ms. Blackman was notified.
Oh, yeah,
This
everybody was.
So she came here even though she knew he wasn't going to be here.
Yes, I
Okay.
notified her
Okay.
yesterday when I got the email. I forwarded it to her and Chair Wolf.
Okay.
I mean, because we have the option of moving
Right.
forward with the cases
Right,
if we
right.
wanted to, in absentia, if we wanted to, but. Okay, so any other debate on that? We'll take some public comment on the motion to continue items 8 and 9. Seeing none. Any last words, members? Okay, let's call the vote. Call the roll.
Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Yankee?
I
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Tesfaye, absent. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
I
Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
No.
2, 3, 4. We have 6-1, so motion passes to continue. this
Recognize
applies
member
to both-
Tesfaye at 10 after 4.
So this is for both items 8 and 9 on the agenda?
Items 8 and 9. And we'll work on figuring out when to schedule that.
I think it's been our practice that if somebody waits till the last minute, they kind of go to the
Yeah, bottom line.
lower end of the totem pole.
Yeah, I know, but
We'll make a decision.
we'll work it out when we get to the next agenda.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 3, file number 19042, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Norman Yee, President of the Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6716 by failing to place his 150-word summaries in meeting minutes for the Board of Supervisors' April 30th, 2019 meeting.
Complaint Chair Martin, did you have anything else you want to say? Okay, Complaint Chair Martin.
Well, the one
But-
thing I did want to say was that the records manager, the clerk of the board, is not going to appear. The respondent will not be here.
So there'll be no respondent?
No, the respondent's recommendation is that these 2 items be referred to Mr. Hart's 2 items, 4.2 and 4.3, be referred to the Ethics Commission. That's what they said to tell you.
Who's making that recommendation?
Wilson Ng, he is the records manager for the clerk of the board.
He wants to be referred to the Ethics Commission?
Mr. Hartz has had similar issues in the past, which were included in the packet, and that is his recommendation. That's why he's not making an appearance. That's what he said to tell you, so.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but it's not really up to the respondent
Correct.
to choose the place of where it is to be heard. That's
I'm just telling you what I was told.
a little odd to me. Okay. Okay.
Anyway, there's not
Member
too much.
Martin?
Yeah, there's not too much to add. I think me and Member Kate were listening to Mr. Hart's last time, and we went over kind of where his comments were being placed within the minute structure, if I remember correctly. And that's it. We found that there was jurisdiction to forward it onto full task force.
Member Martin, I have a quick question for you. Did you hear from the respondent in this case when you were here?
I believe the respondent's response was the same last time at the complaint committee as it is today. It's just it's an impasse, and they're not willing to, as I understand it, kind of, listen to what Mr. Hartz has to say and make that change.
Over Josh Wolf.
Sorry for coming a bit late. I do remember there was another case with Mr. Hartz that the gentleman that you were referring to, was it Wilson Ng?
Ng, yes.
Ng, was involved in, and I don't know whether this case is related to that one, but in that case, Mr. Ning's position was essentially that they are not actually an active player and that the claim should be against some other party. I don't remember any more of the specifics or if this case is related to that one. Not related according to Mr. Hartz. All right, I will.
I just want to be
step
clear.
back.
Mr. Hartz has 2 cases, one with regards to the president of the board and one with regards to the clerk. Was Mr. Ng referring to the one with the clerk or the one with?
Both.
For both?
Yes, he is the records manager for the Board of Supervisors, and he does work with Angela Cavijo. I want to also tell you that Mr. Hartz has 6 other cases that are pretty much the same thing against President Yee and Angela Cavijo regarding different minutes of different hearings.
Yeah, in different years.
No, this year.
No, I know, but
Oh,
also in different years.
Different years, yes, I understand that. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is, we're familiar with this. Okay. All right, shall we begin? Oh, Member
So
Hensey?
usually when there's a complaint against the supervisor's office, someone from that supervisor's office usually comes.
Yeah.
Is there anyone from Supervisor Yee's office here?
They were noticed of the
Okay.
hearing, and they received the agenda packet.
And I think because I believe Mr. Hartz had made the request of the president of the Board of Supervisors versus Supervisor
Oh,
Yee,
okay.
that they took it as being more in the
In the
purview
clerk
of
of the
the
board.
Board of Supervisors administration. So
Okay.
that's, I gather, I'm sure we'll hear more about that as we go through the hearing. All right, are we ready? All right, let's, you got the clock ready? Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hartz.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Lucius Annaeus Seneca said, "Fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant." And I think that's what we have in both of the cases regarding the Board of Supervisors today. Mr. Ng's comments have always been the same, and if you look through the packet, you will see in both cases they repeatedly use the same justifications for not putting the 150-word summaries. One is that the task force has been inconsistent in its advice, and that is section 6730, where it says the task force will advise city agencies on what the Sunshine Ordinance means and how to carry out its purposes. If you look on page 27 and 28 of your packet in this item, you will see there, dated May 18, 2012, a memo to all city departments and agencies saying detailing placement of public comment summaries in minutes. If you look then on the next two pages, 29 and 30, you will see a letter written by former Chair Johnson to the city attorney's office stating all the difficulties they had with the advice that the city attorney's office was giving the various agencies about this matter. So basically, the idea that the task force has been inconsistent, after you've ruled 11 times the same way, it's kind of hard to argue you've been inconsistent. The second thing that she says, and if you look on page 39, she lists there the motion it was previously referred to the Board of Ethics, the Ethics Commission, excuse me, and the Ethics Commission said there was no violation. Now, my understanding of the ordinance is you determine whether there's a violation of the ordinance, and it's up to the Ethics Commission to decide whether to do anything about it. But they actually went a step too far, or a bridge too far, I'd like to say, in saying that you got it wrong. And I'm assuming they mean you got it wrong all 11 times, because they basically ruled that no. Now, a couple things I'll mention. Number one, the person who made the motion was former Commissioner Quentin Kopp, who was the Board of Supervisors appointee to the Ethics Commission, talking conflict of interest. If you look at the actual paragraph in the middle that they quoted and look at the three bottom lines, the second person on the committee, Commissioner Rennie, noted there is merit to Mr. Hartz's argument. Commissioner Rennie stated he thinks it would be good policy that the Ethics Commission recommend to the various government agencies that when a 150-word summary is provided, it is placed in the corresponding agenda item, which is exactly what the task force has put out in its memos, etc. And now if you turn to page 25 in your packet, you will see the proof of the pudding. These are the first two pages, 24 and 25, of the draft minutes for the May 19th meeting of the Ethics Commission. And if you look on page 25, item number 2, you will see there, it says, it gives a brief summary of what I said in their words. Then it said, as allowed under the Sunshine Ordinance, section 6716, Mr. Hartz, and there's kind of a typo there, I guess, following 150-word summary to be included in the meeting's minutes. So when we go back to the 11 orders, everybody except the clerk of the board has started to place the meeting minutes in the body of the minutes where the task force has directed. And the last thing that I will say is that the clerk of the board has repeatedly raised the issue that it somehow interferes with her duties as clerk of the board. Well, I hate to break it to her, but if every other board and commission, including these ones and the police commission and the rent board, can all put it in the minutes in the agenda item where it is heard without any problem doing their official duties, then I see no reason why the clerk of the board. And the last thing I'll say is that the reason Mr. Ng is not here is because they have thrown all these things against the wall. The task force did not accept any of them. None of them stuck, and they knew that coming here and just repeating it would simply be an exercise in futility.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, respondent? Respondent not present. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members? Member Canada?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been here for all 11, but I've been on this commission now for 3+ years, and we've made the decision numerous times in cases, some of them Mr. Hart's, that the minutes should be placed with the agenda item. So I mean, I don't know I don't think this is a question of should it be done or not. For me, it's a question of how do we get the Board of Supervisors to do this?
Member Josh Wolf.
So echoing that about the 11 times that this has come before the board, and coupled with the fact that we do not have the appropriate respondents for this item or the follow-up item, it appears, I'm concerned that we have a situation where some elements of the powers that be within our apparatus have just sort of decided to ignore us when they don't appear. That's oftentimes what they're attempting to do, which calls into the question what exactly are our axes, what are our possible power moves to deal with this, because this is apparently time 12, and if it didn't work the first 11 times, I don't think this is the magic egg that we can crack open. So I'm curious to hear from my colleagues about how to expertly go about getting us out of what feels like a caustic loop.
Member Martin.
I think you could possibly find the violation, cite the prior decisions and the ordinance section, and then I guess we refer it to the ethics committee. I don't know what I don't know what else to do.
Member Josh Wolf.
Caustic loop.
Yeah, maybe, because there's new members. It's almost a brand new ethics commission with all new members. So you'll have a different makeup there that may come out with a different. They may revisit it and said, yeah, previous iteration was wrong. But what the response from Mr. Ng was to refer to the ethics commission, but we don't have to agree with that. And obviously, this body, prior to the Ethics Commission's decision, has already found in violation for this issue countless times, not just for the Board of Supervisors, but other bodies in the city. The ordinance is very plain Jane. It's very clear. So I really don't know, and frankly have not heard the reasons at the Ethics Commission. But I think if you read on page 37, in the last sentence from Mr. Ng, it kind of reveals why the Ethics Commission took the position that they did. Okay? Because the referral at the time was to find in violation of 6734, which would be willful failure. And we know that the Ethics Commission has had some reluctance to make rulings on 6734.
But how can it not be willful failure? I mean, it's this whole.
But that's not the point, because we've been wrestling with this issue. That's why we created, in conjunction with them, a whole set of specific procedures on referrals. And the way this would be handled was you take a package like what Mr. Hartz showed, all the package of things, and now you have a new violation. You send them on over, and you say, we feel that this is should be considered for willful failure, but we don't necessarily tell them that that's what they should be doing. They have other ways and other methods to compel, and those are laid out in the procedures. To just jump right to 6734. So the question is in as much as it is willful failure, there has to be a correction of this at some point. And so whether it's the Ethics Commission saying, okay, we're going to throw our hands up, 6734 willful failure, or they do something else. The point is that they need to act as the enforcement body for us to do that. And, you know, if we're going to do that, then I would say that that we need to show up at that meeting and be available to answer any questions or to make a presentation or what have you. That's my sense. Member Joshua.
Through the chair, may I ask Mr. Hart some questions? Mr. Hartz?
Yes.
So, as you well know, this isn't your first rodeo. We have expressed some ideas of how we are talking about moving this forward, but I imagine you can empathize with my feeling of being caught in a loop. I guess I have two questions. One, if we refer this to, well, first let's start off. What would you, if you had your druthers to make a request of us, what would you like to see happen today?
I would agree with Mr. Ng, find a willful violation of 6734 and refer it to the Ethics Commission. I agree with with Chair Wolf. You have a completely new Ethics Commission, and I think that the people on there have a possibility, at least, of being independent to the point where they would fairly consider the case.
And that's sort of what I was expecting to hear from you. And my second question, you can feel free not to respond if you aren't inclined, but if we find ourselves here in the same place that we're at right now after referring it to the Ethics Commission, do you have an idea of how to actually rectify the situation once and for all? Well,
Here's kind of that's why I quoted Seneca. Basically, it's the bottom line is everybody except the Board of Supervisors has now complied with everything that I've asked. And the example that I used in the case with the Ethics Commission, they no longer have the pejorative statement in front of my 150-word summary. They no longer change them. They put it in the minutes. So basically, I'm getting the end what I was trying for. And basically, honestly, I think I agree with Member Kanata when it gets to the point where you get 11, now 12, and there are 4 more cases coming up in the same vein that are on the docket. Basically, I think it makes it very clear to anybody who hears this. I have a feeling I'm going to end up in court about this. And basically, they're going to say, you know, how much more egregious can it be? I mean, you know, I've argued this. It is a constitutionally protected political free speech. It is protected at the highest level of any form of free speech. And the state, in this case the city, has to show a compelling state interest to abridge it.
Thank you. I heard the magic words about how this can stop looping, and we'll see if it gets there. Thank you.
Mr. Hartz, I have a question for you. So this particular case is against President Yi.
Yes.
Okay. What is the impetus for that?
The reason for it is that although the clerk of the board is responsible for the minutes and it's in her job descriptions, she says it in her own response, the person who decides whether or not she does or doesn't put it in the minutes is going to be someone on the Board of Supervisors. I don't think Ms. Cavillo makes this decision in a vacuum. I think it has been discussed with either the president of the board or other members of the board, and she has been directed to act in the way she has. Either that or she is acting without their knowledge, which I find impossible to believe because I've gone before the Board of Supervisors and brought the same case to them. And so basically it is the responsibility of the board, in particular the president of the board, who is directing her actions.
Okay. And the other question is as we know, we've had some consternation about placement in the minutes.
Yes.
Right now, these get placed as an addendum at the end.
Only for the Board of Supervisors.
Right, I get that.
Library Commission, Police Commission, Ethics Commission, everybody else
Before adjournment.
has no problem. They put them in the agenda item.
Oh, in the item itself.
Right.
Okay. And is that part of your complaint here?
Yes, it's basically the crux of this complaint, which is the fact that they're still putting it as an addendum, even though that's been explicitly directed by the task force as not acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Member Kate?
Sure, I understand. So and I remember some of this from the complaint committee hearing on this, but I just want to clarify that the task force has these prior orders and determinations are based on basically the interlineation of the summaries in the specific agenda items, and the task force has said that that's not sufficient. That you
No.
must do that. You
Must
must
do
do that. Attaching them as addendum or at the end is not sufficient.
Yeah, because if you place it after adjournment in the minutes, then it's something extraneous. It's not contained, it's not within the container of the construction of the minutes as being part of the meeting. And the 150-word summary submitted for that item, before the meeting is commenced, it should be part of that, part of the meeting, and not after the recorded on paper as being after the meeting.
And it's also much more difficult to read the minutes when you have to flip to an addendum. It breaks the flow of the entire meaning of what's going on.
I mean, the only tension, or issue I'm having is whether that best practices is required by this ordinance provision, and I know everyone else does it, and I think it's best that way, and I'm just, in the next few minutes, going to have to be struggling with resolving that tension of whether this 6716 is requiring best practices versus adding them in the minutes in a way that's maybe not user-friendly, and that's maybe my
But
issue.
I guess you can argue what the in the minutes mean.
Right.
That's the decision everybody has to make.
Right.
And the thing is we have plenty of precedent through iterations of the task force giving the same interpretation and the same determination. So it's not like, all one version of the task force. This goes over the course of many years,
Right.
Through many different members of this. So I think just in constitutional construction, when you think about it, you wouldn't, it's not a footnote. That's not how the ordinance is written, this particular item. It's not meant to be a footnote. And putting it in as an addendum essentially is making it as that. And it's not in sequitur. That's sequitur. It's not in sequence of what's happening, especially of people who have spoken. They get the opportunity to be included in the minutes at that item. But somebody who submits something in writing according to the letter of the law, that is something that just it's not right. And that's essentially been the thrust
Right.
of our decisions in the past. Okay. Yeah, member.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just to kind of pick up on a point that you brought up, I'm still struggling, though, to see how this particular issue relates to the president of the Board of Supervisors. I could see that the board collectively as a body has been approving these minutes, and that's one thing. But I don't see how specifically this is Norman Yee's issue.
So if you think that, you can think about it kind of this way, the department of the Board of Supervisors, the department head is the president. Much like I'm the chair, I'm basically the department, kind of like the department head of the whole operation in a way. So
Right.
the responsibility of a department head is to assure that the ordinance is being implemented properly. And that's in the ordinance. The ordinance actually specifies that.
Well, the ordinance says clerk or secretary.
Yeah, but it also talks about the responsibility of compliance of the ordinance. There's the responsibility just of the whole ordinance for any department, I'd say, any department and agency, commission, or what have you, If
I
you
mean,
want-
I'm just thinking about the scenario where, let's say, any board, I'm not particularly,
Yeah.
let's not use these people, but let's pretend, we'll use this one. You ask Cheryl to prepare the minutes a certain way. And the board, you vote one way, but a majority votes the other way and approves them in a way that you didn't direct. I wouldn't blame you specifically for that if we go in opposite direction. I mean, I don't know if it's better to be more inclusive in the board as a whole, because they're giving ultimate direction and approval to the meeting minutes, not you normally,
Okay.
but I'm open.
Member Josh Wolf, then Member Canada.
At least as far as the subcommittee that I have chaired, and I can't speak for the role of the president of the Board of Soups, but I receive the potential minutes to review before they go on the agenda. And so presumably the same process would be part of the review process between the clerk of the board and the board president, who is responsible for the agenda, including how the minutes are prepared that are voted upon.
Member Canada?
Yeah, I don't see it as much as the approval of the minutes. I see it that the clerk of the board refuses to follow the procedure that this body said should be followed, and it's the responsibility of the head of that department, in this case the president of the board, to make sure that the clerk follows the procedure.
So I just want to add in 6731, elected officers shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under their respective control. It's pretty much that. Member Josh Wolf.
As best I understand it, we have neither the clerk or a representative of the Board of Supervisors here, and there's sort of a question of which one's wagging the dog. Is it that the president of the Board of Soups or the Board of Soups in congregate is? I know where you feel on this one, Mr. Hartz. Do we have this concretely as to whether it is at the direction of the president of the Board of Soups, or that the clerk is deciding to act on their authority? Because neither one's here.
Neither of them are ever here for any of these hearings. And again, I see it, because this was against the president of the board, I see that that's the position that is supposed to make sure that the ordinance is followed. So whether they know or not, there have been enough complaints that they should know that it's not being done. And to me, they're responsible for it to be done the way they've been directed.
To that, I think there's universal agreement.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to find a violation.
Well, we
of-
need to do rebuttals.
Okay.
So,
From both parties.
right. So first is the respondent. Respondent is not present. Mr. Hartz, petitioner, 3 minutes rebuttal.
Members of the task
There you go.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz again. Basically, I really want to try to avoid rewarding the clerk of the board for her own bad behavior. Her unwillingness and disregard for the process of the task force is so egregious. They, have just gotten to the point where they say, well, just send it to the Ethics Commission because we know how they'll rule. And I very frankly would like to go to the Ethics Commission and see exactly whether the new members are following the same path that the former members of the Ethics Commission followed. It was their wish. I mean, that was the wish expressed to your clerk from Mr. Ng, that this be found in violation and sent to the Ethics Commission. And so I'm simply saying, if they chose not to be here, but they did express orally and in writing their desire to have that done, I don't see there's any reason to deny them their wish.
Okay.
All right.
Members, their
Yeah.
motion.
I'll make a motion to find violation of 6716. And since this is against the president of the board, 6731. And how do you want to phrase, suggest that they find a willful, or how do we word that now with their new procedures?
Basically, what we're doing is we're referring the item for enforcement. And we would make just a recommendation that this is a pattern, and that generally a pattern it demonstrates willful.
Okay,
Okay?
so I'm fine. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved by Member Canada, second by Member Martin. Any other comment? Is there public comment? Seeing no public comment, any last? Nope. Ready for a vote?
Yep.
Call the roll.
Call the roll. Member Canada?
Aye.
Member Canada, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate? Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey? Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 4, file number 19043, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Angela Cavijo, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6715D by failing to place his 150-word summaries as submitted to the Board of Supervisors, quote, in the minutes.
Member Martin, is there anything more you need or
think
want
this-
to add to this?
I think these facts are very, 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 very similar to the last one we just dispensed with.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ready with the clock? Carol, ready with the clock?
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Hartz?
Members of the task force, I'd like to refer you to pages in the last complaint, page 78 and 79 of your packet. And the reason I do that is because it is an example of what this complaint is about. The page 78 is exactly what I submitted to the clerk of the board, and you notice there are certain passages that are repeated and are underlined. And then if you look at page 79, you will see, as we have previously discussed, it is in an addendum, but the emphasis has been taken out. So basically, to me, that is the same, it's abridging free speech. If you go again to page 137 and 136, in this complaint, you will see on page 137 the exact submission I made to the clerk of the board, and you will see that there are separate paragraphs. It is delineated to a point where it is more readable. And then if you look on page 36, you'll see what she has done is she has taken out all the spacing. So basically you have just one long run-on paragraph, which is, again, in my mind, abridgment. If you turn to pages 184 and 185 of your packet, you will see a similar example, and this is actually the same one as before, I believe. I kind of duplicated. But basically, she has started to do this. And what basically she's done is she couldn't keep it out at all, period. So we'll abridge it. And in this case, what she'll start to do is she'll start to reformat it and change it. And that's not necessary for any reason other than trying to get people to pay less attention. Now, if you go to page 204, 203 and 204 is the memo that former Chair Johnson sent to the city attorney. And on page 204, the third to the last paragraph says, the task force notes other commission have placed a disclaimer on the attached summaries that the summaries are not subject to approval or verification of accuracy by the commission. This may be perceived as placing an unwarranted negative bias on the summaries and is a further erosion of the rights guaranteed, of the public's right guaranteed by the Sunshine Ordinance that is condoned by your interpretation of 6716. In addition, these disclaimers may constitute a violation of the ordinance, as 6716 does require commissions to include an accurate summary of public comments in meeting minutes. So basically, it goes back to what Chair Wolf said in the previous case, taking something which occurred at a certain point in the meeting and taking it out of situ and moving it to the end as an addendum is another form of abridgment. So basically, what we have here is, again, a pattern. It's simply, we can't keep Mr. Hartz from speaking. We can't keep Mr. Hartz from getting what he says in our minutes, even though we've done our damnedest to do so. So now we will simply go around and reformat and remove his emphasis and whatever we need to do to make it something people are much less likely to read. And that statement before, if you again refer back to the page 135, you will see what the Ethics Commission does. On page 135, it says, Ray Hart stated that he has received 36 orders of determination from the city's Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that the commission has never enforced. Hart stated the violation of the Sunshine Ordinance are each a misdemeanor. As allowed under SF Sunshine Ordinance, section 6716, Mr. Hart's something, the following 150-word summary to be included in the meeting minutes. And again, I think that goes back to what former Chair Johnson said to the city attorney in her letter, was basically putting a statement there that says we're not guaranteeing this is accurate or verifying it in any way, really puts a negative slant on it. And anybody who reads it is just as likely to see it as being something negative before starting to read it. And as a result, it may, in some cases, or it will in some cases, I say, impact how they view it. And again, that is an abridgment of my rights, not only under the First Amendment, but under the Brown Act, and most critically to you, the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, members? Is there a motion?
Same motion.
Okay, I mean, wait a minute, we didn't get to the
Rebuttal?
rebuttal. Are there any questions for Mr. Hartz or the respondent that's not here?
I mean, I feel like I'm in my own loop, but 6 years, this was attempted to be dealt with by Chair Wolf's predecessor's predecessor.
2012,
2012.
not 6 years.
Okay, 7 years, sorry. That doesn't actually undermine my point. I sort of am asking myself, like, we can refer this to the Ethics Commission, but I just feel like it's going to keep circling back for the next decade and a half, or until Mr. Hartz moves away.
Member Kate.
Well, one thing that maybe Mr. Hartz can clarify, that I just want to make sure on what we're voting about here is whether this particular complaint is about the inclusion, the interlineation, or this is about the formatting.
This is about two things. One is the introduction that the city attorney has said they can put in saying we don't verify, which I think most people are going to read that as some sort of a slam against it. And the second one is now she started to reformat it. In other words, if I send in paragraphs, she's taking out if I underline something, she takes that out. If I put more than one paragraph, she jams it all together. Anything, basically. So it's just, I want it to be obvious that when I do get to court, that this is going to be so egregious. It's going to say, this is just so blatant. You were told over and over and over and over again. And what you did is you doubled down and started to find different ways to abridge his free speech.
How do you submit your summaries? Are you giving hard copies? Are you emailing them after the fact or before?
I hand them in as soon as I have finished my statement. I hand it to the person who is in charge of.
So
the
the clerk has to type them, and it's not an electronic cut and paste situation.
No.
They have
Well,
to be
I don't
typed.
know how they do it, but I hand them the forms that you see where it has a block at the top where it says it lists all the Sunshine Task Force determinations. It basically, that's what I hand in. I put my 150-word summary on the bottom, and I hand it to whoever the representative of the particular board or commission is.
Has there ever been, and just one more, has there ever been a finding by this task force that the formatting of the summaries, that other agencies or this particular agency has violated the Sunshine Ordinance for the formatting issues that you're raising here?
No, because the clerk of the board is the only one who has done that. All the rest of them put it in as I submit them. If I submit them with paragraphs, they put it with paragraphs.
Underlines and the rest?
Exactly.
Member Josh Wolf.
So I'm looking at page 187 and page 188, Mr. Hartz. And I'm assuming this is an example of how it's altered, but I'm curious what the change that you're citing is. I mean, it's not in bold anymore, but other than that, it looks like the same copy to me.
You mean 184 and 185?
I'm at 187 and 188. Maybe that's an example that was faithfully copied over.
No, that one is, if you go back a couple of pages to 184 and 185, you'll see example of what she has started to do, which is take out the underlining or any sort of emphasis. I mean, there would be nothing to prevent her from just taking out all the punctuation and just putting a one long run-on sentence.
Well, I mean, if it was 1984 and we didn't have underline functionality, it would make sense because she does keep the all caps. It's really like almost as if she's using a typewriter, which doesn't make any sense because the all caps is maintained. And I would love to ask her about it, but she's not here.
And that's the purpose. She does not want you to ask her.
Member Lloyd?
I guess this is both a question for Mr. Hartz and maybe for discussion, so I don't know when we want to deal with that. You submit these because you want them to be entered specifically this way. I guess, is this supposed to be, I know this is supposed to be an option in addition to speaking, or if somebody can't be there. My concern about saying that nothing can be altered, since the limit is on 150 words, what if somebody decides to add 600 exclamation points or do something silly, or do something, if we say it has to be entered exactly as submitted, my fear is that could be abused. How do we provide the kind of relief that Mr. Hartz is seeking without opening the door for abuse?
Well, I can answer that question for you. There are 4 additional cases or 4 additional dates which I submitted summaries, and they did these similar things. So basically, it's if you want to do it one by one, if she doesn't underline it and I file a complaint, and the next time she changes the formatting so I file a complaint, and the next time she puts everything in capitals so I file a complaint, I guess we can go that route. But the bottom line is I'm trying to preempt that by saying, if you don't simply say, put it in as it's submitted, then basically that leaves her open to find some other method to abridge it. And the thing my argument has been all along with these summaries is this is constitutionally protected political free speech. It rises to the highest level of protection of any form of free speech. And that protection, I've always argued, extends to how the government puts that in the official record. And if the government is allowed to change what is submitted in any way, that's an abridgment of the First Amendment. It's an abridgment of the ordinance.
Except that, do you object to a changing of the font? Or the font size? I mean, if you submit it in 64-point type, do they have to?
I can't say what I would object to until it's done. And what I'm trying to do is just simply say, Ms. Calvillo, put the summary in the way he submitted it. Don't modify it. Don't change it. Don't take out underline. Don't add things to it. Don't change the size of his text. As far as a different font or something, I think that would be a bridge too far for me. I wouldn't go there. But the bottom line is changing the wording, changing the emphasis, changing it in any way that affects how a member of the public will read those constitutionally protected political words is a violation and abridgment under the First Amendment, under the Brown Act, and under the ordinance.
I would just add that if you look at the minutes for the Board of Supervisors, there are various different typefaces and weights, underlines. There's all kinds of italicized, all kinds of styling. It's pretty varied, and it would seem to me that if it was submitted the way he submitted it this way, it wouldn't be beyond what currently exists already there. They already put quotation marks in and use exclamation points and whatnot. So
I wasn't objecting to those things. I was just bringing up for discussion the point that are we saying that there are no limits, or is that not even what we're discussing, so it doesn't matter?
I don't know. That's up for discussion here, but I have Member Yankee first.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when I was reading this before the meeting, that was what Member LaHood brought up is exactly what I was thinking. What if it's 64-page font? What if it's I want 5-line returns in between things so that my comments take up 4, 5, 6 pages of the minutes? I want only one sentence per page. So I just don't know how much control we have over the formatting. If people, so I do think it's something we need to be a little aware of if we're ruling out specifically on the formatting and not the words. I mean, obviously I wouldn't, condone changing words or anything like that. But as far as formatting goes, I don't see a specific reference to formatting in 6716 one way or another. I mean, it's kind of ambiguous on that. I mean, it talks about the words, I get that, but I do, like Member LaHood said, share some concerns about going down that slippery slope and trying to say how exactly it should be formatted.
Member Josh Wolf. Member Canada.
I was just going to say that in just reading 6716, again, not getting into the formatting, but if it says a person speaking, if they provide a summary which shall, if no more than 150 words, be included in the minutes. So if I'm speaking and I take the time to provide a summary and I feel that in that summary, some of my words should be stressed because I'm not speaking them, I think it is an abridgment if they take out underlining and things like that. Yeah, I agree that if a person wants one line per page, they will hand in one line per page. That's too far, but changing stress, taking out things like that, to me is a violation. So,
Member Josh Wolf.
I think it comes down to the fact that the clerk acknowledged using all caps for emphasis. We can pretty much safely assume that her computer system allows for underlining. It's not an Apple IIe. And that the text as provided should be maintained in formatting that's within the technical parameters. The issue of merging paragraphs together becomes a little murkier, but that's not what we're dealing with, at least as far as 184, 185. Finally, I'm super curious, you could legitimately, as a summary, hand in a list of emoji. I don't know how the clerk would handle that. I'm kind of curious if Mr. Hartz were to incorporate emoji into a future summary, how it would get put into the minutes. But that's not a question for you, Mr. Hartz. That's just something to needle on. But really, to me, it comes down to the word lying is in all caps. So they did carry over certain formatting elements, and they didn't underline. And so that's why I see the violation existing that way.
Member Canada.
I have a question. If there is a violation found, can we, I'll use the word demand, that Ms. Cavillo appear? I mean, she's never appeared at any of the hearings. I think it would drive the point home that she has been in violation of these types of issues. But I don't know if we have.
We could refer to the DA.
All right. Any other discussion on this? Shall we move to rebuttal? Okay. Respondent first. For rebuttals, respondent is not present. Mr. Hartz, 3 minutes.
As I quoted at the beginning, the Roman historian Seneca, basically, fate leads those who are willing, and it drags the rest. And that's really what my 150-word summary odyssey has been about. The bottom line is, I'm not just protecting my right to free speech. I'm protecting your right to free speech. I'm protecting each and every one of you who, if you decide to go to a board or commission meeting and you pay attention to what's going on and you find something that is disturbing and you say something about it, they can't deny you having that comment in the minutes. And this gives you an option that if they do, and that's really why I've done it all these years, is I got tired of having my constitutionally protected free speech abridged, misrepresented, mischaracterized. I mean, they have done everything that it is possible to do with free speech in one form or another. And I found the ordinance. I found the task, every board and commission meeting says know your rights under the Sunshine Ordinance. It said my right is to submit a 150-word summary, and if I do, it's in the minutes. And their argument has been for a decade now, it can go everywhere, anywhere but the minutes. It can be an addendum, it can be an attachment, it can be a footnote, it can be anywhere else but in the minutes. And they say you can't add in the minutes being the body of the minutes. Well, you aren't. You're just simply reading the plain English language. It says in the minutes, period. It doesn't say attached to the minutes or appended to the minutes or anything else. And again, I'm protecting every citizen in this city who, if they go to a board or commission meeting, they come up with something that is not right and they wish to bring it to that board's attention, that will not be interfered with. And most importantly, it will go into the public record so that later on, when the you-know-what hits the fan, they can't come back and go, oh my goodness, nobody ever told us. Nobody ever raised this issue. It's a complete surprise to us. And that's really what this is about. This is about the fact that when you go to a public meeting, you're supposed to be there for a purpose, and my purpose is to go and hear what's going on, pay attention to what's going on, and comment on what's going on. And if something wrong is going on, specifically stating so. And I've had 10 years of various boards and commissions doing everything under the sun to keep me from making those comments, and when they couldn't do that, preventing them from going into the official record, and when they couldn't do that, changing them in some way, shape, manner, or form to detract from them or to disparage them or to make other members of the public who read them doubtful. And I know 3 individuals who have used this right before the Ethics Commission.
Thank you. Members, is there a motion?
So just to be specific again, this one item doesn't concern where they're placed?
The complaint is, as submitted states, I feel that, let's see.
It's about objective inclusion, so.
Yeah, the summary is included as well.
Yeah, in the item itself, it says,
so it says
by failing to place his 150-word summary as submitted to the board in the minutes.
On page 122, see attached 150-word summary is submitted to the Board of Supervisors, and the revised version is printed in the minutes. Spacing was changed to make the summary less distinctive and less likely to be noticed. And he's citing violation of section 6715D under public testimony. Member Josh Wolf.
So this is where everything gets a little weird, because I'm not sure that I feel there's a violation of the issue on page 123 and 124, because that is actually just the spacing, which I'm not sure we can actually upheld. But the other one that was raised to our attention with the underline, to me, does feel like a violation. This ends up really weird and murky.
Well, let's just, maybe it'd be helpful to read what 6715D says. A policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city or any other aspect of its proposals or activities, or the acts or omissions of the body on the basis the performance of one or more public employees is implicated, or any basis that other than reasonable time constraints adopted in the regulations pursuant to subdivision C of this section. He's citing that that's where the abridgment is, and whether it's in writing or whether it's verbal as part of public testimony, because that's what his testimony is stating.
Right, and I guess I'm trying to say that my interpretation is that the example he cited, which is the basis of his actual complaint as written, to me doesn't feel like a violation, but the other example he lists where they didn't underline his text, to me does feel like an abridgment of that.
Okay, so I ask again, is there a motion? Member Kate?
I'm going to make a motion to find no violation of 6715D. I don't see in that ordinance section or provision a requirement that, and I understand Mr. Hart's point, but I don't see a violation there, and so I'll make that motion to find no violation.
Of 6715D?
Correct.
I'll second that.
It was moved by Member Case, second by Member Yankee. Any discussion, debate? Should we go to public comment? Any public comment on the motion to find no violation in 6715D? Okay. Any last points? Or should we move to a vote? Okay, let's vote.
Member Kate? Ooh.
Aye.
Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
No.
Member Wolf, no. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kanata?
No.
Member Kanata, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
No.
Member Hinsey, no. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
No.
Chair Wolf, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Who am I missing? 5 to 4. Yeah. It failed.
Fails.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion? Another motion?
Not this again.
No? Okay. That's the order. All right. Thank you. We are past our 5 o'clock hour for public comment, so we will please call for public comment. Please. Cheryl.
I'm sorry. Public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Any public comment?
Ray Arts, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And believe it or not, I am trying to fight for you in the sense that the Ethics Commission kind of shocked me when I went to their May meeting. I got up and I had all my 150-word summaries done. I had 8 of them. And I got to the first one and I was reading it, and all of a sudden I looked up and I realized there wasn't a single familiar face on the board, and I was talking to the Ethics Commission about prior behavior. And I went ahead and finished it, but then I took all my other ones and went home. And the reason is I really can't blame them for something they haven't done. And I want to go before them to see whether or not they are any more interested in following the law than the prior iterations of the Ethics Commission was. As I've mentioned many times before, but not to all of you, the Ethics Commission has never sustained or made any effort to enforce the Sunshine Ordinance except one time. and they recommended unanimously that the former president of the Library Commission be removed for bad conduct. Sent a letter to the mayor suggesting that, and they were ignored. A year later, we kind of goaded them into sending it again, and again it was ignored. The bottom line is the Ethics Commission has a real direct conflict of interest. They are being asked to enforce an ordinance against the very people who appoint them to the body they're sitting on. Now, I don't know anywhere where the jury consists of people who are appointed by the defendant. And that's really what we have. We have a situation where all of the people that are on my 36-plus list of orders of determination for being found in violation are the very people who appoint every single member of the Ethics Commission. So it's kind of interesting that if you look in the Good Government Guide, it talks there about the kind of attitude that a board or commission sitting in a semi-judicial capacity should have. And that is that they should hear the evidence and find on the facts before them. And the Ethics Commission, as far as the Sunshine Ordinance's complaints refer to them, has done everything but. And where I think they really, again, went a bridge too far was not only do they say, we won't punish someone because we disagree with the task force, they come out and say the task force was wrong. And that isn't their job. Their job is to enforce. And either they enforce or they don't enforce. And I have no problem. If they just decide not to enforce it, that's their decision. I think it's bad faith because it's a game that's rigged. There's always the same outcome. The public loses and the city wins. But the bottom line is that's the way it's set up. But at the same time, if the cases don't go before them and if they aren't, as I've done over these cases, made them a matter of public record, then it never will change.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing no other public comment, we're going to take a recess. Let's take a 12-minute recess and return at 5:25. Okay, thank you. I don't know. Ms. Blackman? Okay. Okay, so we're back in order. Sorry, it took a little longer getting through security. Okay, let's call the next item.
Item 6, file number 19007, hearing, meeting procedures and code of conduct. We have several people here who would like to speak, and we have somebody with child care issues, so we need to let her speak first.
Okay. All right, so members, this was a letter that was sent from various departments and staff regarding various issues that they wanted the task force to review and discuss and maybe take action on, see what we determine about it. I believe Rules Committee has already heard this one.
Yeah, so we didn't really hear it. We took it up as an item. We didn't have testimony.
Okay.
We took it up as an item. After some discussion, we felt that it wasn't, I'm trying to think of how to word this, I guess necessary for our given meetings, but then when I brought that back to the rest of the body last month, we had more deliberations, and we thought that a good next step was to have the signatories of the letter come and talk to us, and then we're going to have a discussion as a full task force, and then depending on what you do, the Rules Committee will take it back up at our next meeting, and we'll decide what to do.
Okay. And I felt it was, with Rules Chair Hensey's recommendation to bring it to the task force so we all can hear and have a discussion with the issues with the signatories. So I'll start out. Task force members, is there anything you want to say, or shall we hear from the...
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to hear, and I think there is one person here who has child care issues. And
Right, I heard that.
And I just want to say I take this letter to heart. I want everyone to feel safe and welcome and able to express themselves at the meetings. And it's sad when people don't feel that way. So I'm happy to hear from you guys today, and any feedback or anything else is appreciated.
And I would just like to say it's interesting to me that there is a custodian of records working group, that folks take it seriously, that there is, you know, there is a sunshine ordinance, that transparency, and not only in the city but in the state, is paramount for people's right to know. We know what kind of information we do or don't get out of much higher authorities, and I think we're all, you know, pretty honored and proud that our city has one of the strongest sunshine ordinances in the country, if not the world. We get visited and get asked questions from all kinds of countries about the ordinance and how it gets implemented in a democratic kind of way. So, all right, with that, we'll have the first speaker. And so shall we the question now is the format for this. Before we do that, what shall be our format for this? You want to provide a certain, like, 3 minutes for each person?
Yeah, I'd say 3 minutes per person.
Do that? 3 minutes? Or 2 minutes? What? 3 minutes? I don't know. How many speakers are here for this? 2, 3? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6? 2 minutes? Okay, so let's do 2 minutes, and then if we have any questions, we'll call you folks back. We will take public comment on this also.
And then we also we also received one written testimony. Cheryl has copies of it if
Yeah.
you need.
Okay, so who's the first speaker?
Cheryl.
Who's the one that needs to leave soonest?
Could I have a copy?
Oh. Well, somebody start the ball rolling. One moment.
Wait.
2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes.
Hi, my name is David Steinberg. I'm the custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. So until last month, I had never appeared before the task force, so I've never felt personally attacked, but I felt it was important to sign the letter to the task force. During the Rules Committee meeting, which this was discussed, I know Member Kanata said he didn't think it was necessary to adopt rules to prohibit personal attacks because he'd never seen anything like that during a hearing. He said every once in a while there'll be a disruption, but the chair usually handles it. Here's why I think some sort of language about decorum is necessary. A couple of months after starting my job at Public Works, I attended a task force meeting to learn more about the Sunshine Ordinance and my duties as a custodian of records. During public comment, Ann Trudeau stood up and read a statement, which is included in your October 2017 minutes, that began, quote, "Ann Trickey of the San Francisco Arts Commission is a pathological liar." Member Kanata was at that meeting, and the chair didn't tell Ms. Trudeau to refrain from personally attacking Ann Trickey. I was really disturbed that the task force allowed someone to essentially slander a city employee in a public hearing. I'm not suggesting that you should engage in censorship. I was a journalist for nearly 30 years, and I take free speech very seriously. But city employees should not be subjected to personal attacks from the public, and the task force really needs to make it clear that such behavior is not acceptable at a public hearing. Thank you.
Come on up.
Good evening, Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary and Custodian of Records for the library. I'm here quite often. It's been a while, though, so there are some new members, so hello to you. As a signer of the letter, I agree totally with what's in the letter. I wanted you to know that we'd spent quite a long of time developing this letter. We had many edits, and we wanted to be as concise, truthful, and just share our concerns. My thing is, the Ethics Commission has a statement that they read, and it's included in their agendas and their meetings. And I don't see a reason why this group wouldn't have the same statement or the same advice to people in the audience, all of us, for our behavior and people shouting out things during your testimony and that sort of thing. So I just would really like to see you guys support the language that the Ethics Commission uses.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, members of the task force. I'm Hank Heckel from the mayor's office. I signed the letter on behalf of the custodian working group that was submitted to set up some very basic standards of conduct and respectful behavior by participants and members of the public before task force proceedings. This is driven in part by some of the reports that were referenced in the letter of abusive behavior and name calling and heckling and so on, harassment of city employees who show up here in good faith and take extra time and are usually well prepared to address the whatever complaints are before the task force. So I think it's important to have some basic rules of the road. It's very similar to rules that prevent abuse among employees that Human Resources would enforce among city employees towards each other. Makes sense to apply similar standards to members of the public at a city forum such as this one. And it's very similar to the policy that is used by the Ethics Commission and set forth on their agendas. And again, it's not censorship, doesn't restrict the content of the complainant's presentations. It would just set up basic standards of respect and decency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. I'm Caroline Salaya, Manager for Public Records Requests for the SFMTA, San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. I've been in my position for about 12 years, and I've definitely been before this task force in the past. We do take our positions very seriously as custodians, and it's part of the reason why we created the group was because we take our jobs very seriously, but we believe in transparent government, and we wanted to have a more a cohesive response as a city. So we've been sharing best practices in terms of what software we're all using, and just to make sure that we have across the board similarities in our responses, just as a city as a whole. And definitely coming here as part of our positions, and we know that that's part of our jobs. And I appreciate what Member Martin has said about wanting us to feel welcome. The times that I've been here, I have been here up till about 9 o'clock at night, and it can be a little bit scary. And I do know of one of our members of our group that was here late and frightened because the other party had been very angry, and she wasn't sure. She had to ask for a security to walk her out. And, you know, I think if the members of the public were told that there's a certain decorum of behavior, I think that would be helpful. So urge you to continue to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mary Ann Mizuko Thompson, and I am the custodian of records for the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I have been with the city for 15 years and the custodian of records for 15 years. I have only come before you twice. Oh, I hope that wasn't for me.
No.
I know you guys want to speed this along, but really.
Go for it.
I've only been here twice, but I do think we need to adopt some sort of decorum. The last time that I was here was to present for the Green Benefits District, and one of the gentlemen who was here, Mr. Hooper, post the hearing came up towards me in the hallway in a very menacing way, in a way that made me feel very unsafe and very insecure being here at City Hall, which is something I have never experienced in 15 years in this building. I did come back into the hearing room and I did make the commissioners aware of that. I do feel it's important that as an employee who, in my case, I have now been here for, I think I'm going on 10 hours. This is my 10th hour here today. That I bring a good faith effort to you to make sure that my work is good, it's quality. I would hope that you would bring a good faith effort to me to make sure that there's a sense of decorum here and that I feel safe when I am here and when I am presenting. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, members. Member testify.
Couple of comments. I think there are some, we'll have to tread this very carefully. There was a mention of prohibiting slander, for example, at the early part of the comments. That specifically is not included in the decorum note at the bottom of the Ethics Commission agenda. So I think I am comfortable with the language at the bottom of the Ethics Commission agenda, but it does not include all of the things that we have heard today from the speakers. So we have to be careful with that. I feel for a lot of the speakers. I am a state employee. I participate in a lot of public hearings and have been accused of a lot of things. But that's also something that, the public is allowed to voice their opinion on things that they think might be going on. And there's a difference between that and cursing, menacing, some of these things that are mentioned specifically in the language at the bottom of the Ethics Commission agenda. So I just want us to, make it clear that what's at the bottom of the Ethics Commission agenda is not everything that was included in what the speaker said. And that we should also address separately an issue of security for the speaker who said that, she was approached and made to feel uncomfortable by someone who was participating here. I think that's an issue that we have to have with security, the sheriff's office in the building, and perhaps making a request for them to patrol a bit closer to this meeting room or something like that. But that's different from, I think that's like a separate issue that we should definitely still address so that everyone can feel safe.
Member Josh Wolf.
I'm not in a position to receive this letter in the way that it was intended to be written. The way I see it, our role as a watchdog agency is simply to act in hearing these roles. If the city of San Francisco wants to create the disclaimer that the Ethics Commission utilizes for all public meetings, I see no reason to push back against that. But the fact of the matter is that we are one of the primary conduits for people who don't spend a lot of time at City Hall, who don't have a lot of training or expertise in engaging in public meetings. We have no control over what they do, whether we pass this or not. And I don't really feel it's even appropriate for them to request that we put forward.
Anybody else? I just want to put forward that, we take our job very seriously, and we try to keep our focus on the matter that is in front of us with regards to the complaint itself and how it gets applied, how we apply it and interpret the Sunshine Ordinance to the actual complaint, the action of the complaint. And with that, there's provisions within the ordinance that kind of not just limits us, but limits almost every deliberative body. And it actually was part of the previous, the same section for the previous item that we heard. And I think it's appropriate to read that again, and then in light of what is being presented here with regards to how members of the public address the respondents. I think it's important that we hear this again because we're now in a different context. It says, a policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city, or of any other aspect of its proposals or activities, or of the acts or omissions of the body, on the basis that the performance of one or more public employees is implicated, or on any basis other than reasonable time constraints adopted in regulations pursuant to subdivision C of this section. And so I think it's important to note that that's where kind of the free speech part comes in with regards to not abridging what a person is saying while they're saying it, and not prohibiting the criticism that they may have. Now, how the criticism gets expressed is a different story. If a person's going to be physically animated that poses somewhat of a threat, that's one thing. We also can't control what happens outside the doors here. And so for the same of any commission or even any court, what happens outside the courtroom, the court really doesn't have any control over that. So that there has to be some other methods for dealing with that. And people do take the time to make sure before they come here, knowing that they're coming here, to prepare for things like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there as kind of the basis of where, we have to, where we begin and where we end, and then based upon what is presented to us, how that fits in. And this not just applies to us because it says a policy body. We're not a policy body. And so, we don't make policy, we don't have enforcement power, that kind of thing, and that's kind of a well-known fact too. So, but that's not a cop-out. I'm just saying that, that the ordinance is pretty clear on the types of bodies that what it's applicable to. And because we're the Sunshine Task Force, of course, we're going to abide by the rules that apply for all bodies that apply to us in the spirit of the ordinance itself. Anything else? Should we take public comment?
Well, I just, if you don't mind, I think it's perfectly fine to have I don't want to say a disclaimer, but an announcement at the beginning of the meeting that professional or courteous conduct is expected, and to act with a certain amount of decorum or attempt to before the meeting. It doesn't mean you're going to control behavior during the meeting, but at least puts people, I don't want to say on notice, but that this is a hearing room in City Hall where you can't just berate people. So,
Member Josh Wolf.
I certainly think that the chair is empowered to act when someone is engaging in a berating people way, as you just said. At the same time, I don't think that it is appropriate to say that we expect whatever standards that we're saying. Like, we are the sole means of addressing public access and other similar violations. and not everyone has the capacity to engage in the way that you are describing wanting to see people engage in this hearing room. And there isn't a advocate program available for people that aren't able to engage with that professional process. And without some sort of means of having an advocate provided by the city, I don't think that that disclaimer is appropriate unless it comes down as city policy for all meeting bodies of the whole city.
So there's
I'm concerned
there's
there
no
are some
rules governing anything.
I think there's some assumptions you're making about what he's saying, about what his expectations are.
The expectation isn't to make anyone who's a respondent or a complainant present in a specific certain way. It's just having a level of decency and empathy towards the person you're interacting with.
No, I mean, I understand what your expectations, what you were describing. I'm saying that I don't think it is appropriate to create that disclaimer for this particular body unless it becomes city policy across all bodies.
So put the disclaimer on?
Member Hinsey, did you have something?
Well, I was just clarifying to put the disclaimer. You don't want us to adopt the disclaimer unless it becomes city policy? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if the city decides to create a policy of how all meetings are announced, of this is proper procedure, then we absolutely should follow that. However, utilizing this body to try to ad hoc instantiate such a procedure, I don't support.
Member Canada.
Yeah, and I agree with Member Wolf, but I also don't understand where if we had a policy saying behave with decorum or something like that, everybody's interpreting that the way they're interpreting it. Somebody's decorum in their culture, the way they were brought up, believe that raising one's voice to get the point across is perfectly okay. So I don't see us having that type of a disclaimer.
And I think we need to look at it in a little bit more detailed of a way. There's a difference between saying don't raise your voice versus don't menace people in the room. I do think that most of this is on the chair to keep it, which I believe that you have kept order in the room. But I think that if we do want to take this up, I would prefer having the Rules Committee come up with a very specific proposal to put in place. I don't think that we should blanket adopt what the Ethics Commission has in place. But if the Rules Committee is able to put something together that would, let's say, include menacing, but not say something about don't raise your voice, those kinds of things. So it's very specific for us to work with. And then maybe once the Rules Committee has kind of workshopped it a bit, bringing it to us to look at, red line, something like that, I would be interested in taking that approach. And then in the end, after we've gone through that process, maybe we won't adopt anything. But I don't think that just adopting what the Ethics Commission is using or coming up with something here on the spot is appropriate. So,
Member LaHood.
I agree with Member Tesfaye. First of all, I appreciate everyone who came to speak today. And I am also happy to see that there's a Custodians of Record working group. I think that's great. I think that's going to help all of us do what we're here to do even better. But reiterating what others have said, I think this is primarily the chair maintaining control of the room. It is worth having the Rules Committee look at this. But yes, this should come from us, not just adopting a policy of another.
I will say, I've been on and off this task force since 2005. And I've seen some pretty heated, knockdown, drag out kind of debates at the podium here. And it's not comfortable, but it is one of the few places that the public gets an opportunity to voice and air a complaint. I agree that people should be civil. I think it's important. And people can be cutting in a deadpan type of way too. They don't have to be animated. They don't have to look at anybody. They could just be very, cutting with their words without any expression. By the same token, people can be speaking about something innocuous that's not very directed and be very animated at the same time. And they may also be very upset. I can see Mr. Tedessa, who has really been, as we think, has been run through the mill. Hasn't even been able to come into the building just to be able to have his item heard, okay, because of certain activities that are happening around him and other agencies that are connected with him. And so when he shows up, he's exasperated because of just trying to get into the building. Yeah. So we do give a certain amount of latitude because that does lend to the reason why he's here in the first place, or a complainant or petitioner's here in the first place. And I agree with the other members here that there are people that they don't come here often. They don't know what it's like, may have never been in kind of a hearing room before, may be nervous, so on and so forth. So that is somewhat, if you want to call it an excusing or apologizing for the public, then, take it as you wish. But I think we are here to hear their concerns. Now, if they're over, I've been through where at the point where people were getting into other people's personal space on both sides, respondents to petitioners and vice versa, and we've had to tell them, okay, if you're not speaking and the task force is not addressing you, please have a seat. You can sit all the way over on the end, or please do sit over there. We will, try to alleviate the tension in the room so that we can continue the work. We don't want to get mired in a conflict, and then, then we have to recess, and it becomes a mess. Somewhat like what happened with the police commission. And then what happened with that turned out to be somewhat of a disaster in trying to get the meeting started again. So I wanted to just say that we will, when things seem that they are, if somebody says, I feel uncomfortable with the party, whichever party it is standing next to me, then we will suggest that they take a seat. There's no reason for them. People can move around the room the way they want, but if they are party and there seems to be some tension and we can't get our business done, that's what we're all here for. And the purpose of being here is so that we could do the business of the people. So we want to be able to do that. With the impetus of the letter, I think there seems to be some interest among the rest of the task force to look into this deeper, try to come up with something of value that would help alleviate people's concerns, and we'll venture towards that. Yep.
So I'm going to make 2 comments. One, I still think that we have the ability to request for better security. I mean, I've had issues with security around the building, so I don't think that is a request that should be ignored if people say they have felt unsafe. And I do want to reiterate that if the Rules Committee, it could turn out that we don't take any action whatsoever. And I do think that it's really important that we make sure that the chair feels like they have the ability to control the room however they need to see fit. And I've participated in a lot of public hearings for work, not just here, and we rarely put restrictions on what the folks say, but there is security in the room, so people in the audience do see that there is security. So there's certain benefits to having that, and people still act out if they want to act out, but I think it's very important for the judge or the chair to be able to take whatever actions that he or she may see fit to secure the meeting and make sure it's productive.
I hear you. I also wanted to make mention of what Mr. Steinberg had put out in the example of Ann Trabeau and Ms. Tricky. Our this kind of a long-standing experience with these people, and I would just say that if people are having, and maybe that's not necessarily, I'm just using the example of what was said and how it was said. that people, whoever and whatever they've gone through to try and get documents or in dealing with a public hearing, if they are kind of at the end of their rope and they finally end up here, and they do feel like they have been slighted or lied to or in some other way that's their own perception or their opinion of such things, that is part of that criticism part with regards to performance that the ordinance allows for. So I just want to say there's some latitude for that if it's pertinent to what the case is being, how the case is being presented. You've heard, if you've been here since the beginning of the meeting, we had some discussions about willful failure, and the consistency of a failure to comply with the ordinance in however it's presented. If there is a presentation about that failure, it comes out in a certain way. And sometimes people only have certain amount of vocabulary or colloquialism to be able to express that. So we tend to try to look beyond what that is and try to get to the core and the crux of the complaint itself to determine whether there is a violation or there isn't, and try not to allow the rhetoric, let's put it that way, if it's rhetoric and beyond that, to not color how we make our decisions. So I want to stop there, and I want to call for public comment, and then we can continue. Yep, Member Joshua.
We haven't made a motion. Didn't we hear public comment at the beginning?
No,
No,
we
that
heard
was-
general public comment.
That was presented.
Those were the authors of
Yeah. So we want to give the opportunity. This is we're just hearing this. We're not. The suggestion is that we give this forum to the signers to come and address the issue. And this, frankly, this letter was delivered at the end of last year. It was brought up through Rules Committee over the course of this year, and it finally got to a place where we could address it today. So I just want to, as an open forum, allow the public to comment on this. At Rules Chair Hinsey's suggestion, whatever has been said here today would go back to Rules and suggested by Member Tesfaye, to come up with a statement of some sort, if that's the way we want to go, or however they feel things should be. If there should be some guidelines for me as a facilitator, happy to consider that too. But I think it's important to that's what we're going to do. We're not going to take action on this today. So let's hear from the public. We'll give the same amount of time of 2 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I can appreciate the fact that the people who spoke regarding this letter feel the way they feel. I've been in positions myself where I have been representing an agency or the University of Hawaii or the U.S. Navy or whatever, and have had people say things which I, thought they could have stated better. And one of the things I like to tell people is that most people don't get in trouble for what they say. They get in trouble for how they say it. And if you think about how you say something to a person, you're much more likely to get a good reaction. However, at some point, I have to go with what Member Wolf said. You get so frustrated with people who are doing their job, at least they say they're doing their job, but they're found repeatedly in violation of the ordinance. And you go back to those people and you say, you're not dealing in good faith. I've had over 36 orders of determination issued to me, and the bottom line is there has never been one case in all of those where going through the process, someone sent me an email and said, look, we thought we gave you what you requested. Let's discuss it and see if we can't come to a settlement. Although I'll say that the reason for that is every time that happened, I withdrew the complaint. because my point was not to cause somebody problem, but to get the public record that I was requesting. And the bottom line is I've also seen these types of rules used against the public. In my case, the former president of the Library Commission took a comment that I made and said I was threatening her. She actually filed a police report against me. And then she was recorded later that night on tape saying, I don't know who he thinks he is. I know 12 effing people who could bury him. And she did not use the euphemism. And it went into the newspaper.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Please come up.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Lillian. I've lived in San Francisco for 29 years.
Lillian, what's your last name?
Oh, sorry, Steelstra. Prior to living in San Francisco, I lived in a wonderful city-state in Southeast Asia where we have a very efficient government. Everything works. No dirt in the street. No gum in Muni. It's the best city on earth. But it's also a city where a citizen cannot speak up, a citizen cannot be heard, a citizen has no recourse against a government. Now, I understand for the members of the people who spoke here, you work for the city, and it's a tough job. I've been in customer service before, and I've literally had people spit at me because I didn't give them the answer they wanted to hear. Gee, sir, you don't have enough money for that check to go through. Spit in the face. It's unpleasant, and unfortunately, it's a hazard of the job. I think that when people come here to speak up for a cause or an item that they're trying to get resolved, people generally come here with good intentions. I don't think anybody comes in here and says, today I'm going to menace that public employee over there. I don't think people come here with that intention. I mean, this gentleman, my goodness, someone should give him a medal for, his perseverance. I've only been here maybe 3 times on a similar issue, but I have to commend you all for the decorum you maintain, for the order that goes on here. I haven't been here in one of the more exciting meetings that you might have talked about, but it's certainly, having come from a place where speech is restricted or where people have to think so carefully, if I say this, will someone hear me and will someone lock me up? And that is honestly how people feel in that country. So please don't turn that way. People should be free to speak the way they speak, and you have some very mature, stable, calm personalities here. Surely you can tell someone who is being rude and obnoxious to please stick to the facts. So that's my point. And again, I think it's very interesting that a member of the public was singled out. I don't know Mr. Hooper very well, but from what I've seen, he doesn't seem very menacing to me. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Please step up.
She spoke already.
Yeah, ma'am, you already spoke.
So do we get a chance to come back up?
Not unless we ask you. Okay, members, anything else for the good of cause? All right, so shall we move this forum, the record for this forum, to the Rules Committee? You can make a motion if you want to formalize it. Okay. It's up to you.
I'll move that this goes to the Rules Committee to discuss the issue and possibly come up, or to discuss the issue and pass up to the full committee what they discussed and any results they came up with.
I second the motion.
So it's moved by Member Kanata, second by Member LaHood. Now, public comment. I'll allow anybody who wants to come up on the motion only for referral. Just for this is just the referral of this, the recording of this to the Rules Committee. and the rest of what Member Kanata had said.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Miriam Mizuko-Thompson. I feel at this point, this perhaps is something that I would like to bring my union in, because I think this speaks to the quality of my work environment and the safety of my work environment. So perhaps at the next meeting, we could bring, each of us could bring our union representatives to this hearing and have them opine on what a stable, quality work environment would look like and how we can achieve that. So I would hope you would take that into consideration for the next meeting.
Member Tesfaye.
Just for our consideration, I think in a situation like that, it would be appropriate for the union to speak to this person's employer and to see which would be the city, and if they would like to bargain in order to come up with some type of citywide policy, like Member Wolf said, that's something that they would work on with the union. But it isn't our place to be negotiating with the union on someone's workplace and environment. We are not the employer, so there's nothing that we can do to negotiate. We don't have standing to negotiate with her union for her.
I think she mentioned that they would just come and opine, and but anybody can show up and anybody can show up and speak. But I agree with you. We are not in a position,
the venue.
And we are volunteers, appointees. This also isn't a policy body. So if there is some directive that comes from somewhere else, or what have you, I mean, we're happy to, to contemplate contemplate this for ourselves and come up with some salient, results to possibly be implemented. And I would suggest that we move forward with the Rules Committee on to doing that. And there could be more discussion, and we've had lots of really good substance here on that. So, yes, on the motion.
On the motion, yes, I believe it's very appropriate to send it back to Rules Committee. Taking the Ethics Commission's thing lock, stock, and barrel is just not really acceptable. There's a fine line when making public comment between respecting free speech and preventing abuse or whatever. When I go to a public meeting, if I want to make a comment about somebody that is not a pleasant comment, I have every right to do that. That's what the ordinance says I have a right to do. And the simple fact that they're a city employee doesn't give them any sort of immunity. In fact, if you read that section of the ordinance, specifically says you can't stop a person from speaking because it affects somebody in the performance of their duties. And I really would like those folks that made these comments to remember that this is a public forum. And while I cannot swear at you, I can swear. If I feel that an appropriate word is a curse, then I'm entitled to use that. The reason those words exist is because there are certain situations in which they are appropriate. And that is the decision solely of the speaker. And I agree with Member Tesfaye, who it's a fine line between saying, gee, I can't control what someone's saying, but I can control their behavior if I'm menacing or something like that. I think it's a slippery slope. And unfortunately, all the public meetings I attend, I've seen so many cases where chairs abused their authority by telling people they couldn't use certain words. And then you ask the body, say, well, give me a list of the words that are prohibited. I mean, if you're going to say there are words I'm not allowed to use, tell me what those words are so I can avoid them. And you don't get a response because they know darn well there is no way that they are allowed to do that. And as far as the union representatives come, I doubt very seriously any. I worked on a performance appraisal system, which was the only time it has been changed in the state of Hawaii for all state employees since statehood in 1959. And I had to go out and I had to train every single manager in the state of Hawaii and every single union representative in the state of Hawaii on this new appraisal system before it was implemented. And I went out and I talked to the union reps, and I'll be honest with you, this kind of a thing would be the kind of a thing most union reps would say, that's not us. If you have a specific complaint about your work and your place of employment, then come and talk to us and we'll go talk to your employer, as Member Tesfaye said. But to go into a public forum and take on the issue is not something they would, in my experience, be willing or interested in doing at all. Now, I will also say, though, that as individual citizens, if they want to come and make a comment during general public comment, they have every right to do so.
Any other public comment on the motion to refer to the Rules Committee?
Thank you, Hank Heckel, again, on behalf of the mayor's office. What I'm hearing here is anything goes, and that's frankly not a standard of good faith. This task force hails members of the city government to come in and present and respond to petitions, and I think a failure to even implement a basic announced standards of decorum that are expected to prevent abuse on the representatives of the city is a show of bad faith, frankly. It is not a curtailment of speech to simply announce that certain standards of behavior are expected. That's done routinely in every city commission. It's done at the Board of Supervisors. It's not anything goes at any city body. And the First Amendment is not implicated. It's not curtailed. Neither is the Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance in simply encouraging members of the public to conduct themselves with respect. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Sure. But it's only on the motion to refer to the Rules Committee.
Please refer to the Rules Committee, and can we move on?
I will just want to respond to Mr. Henkel's statement. Don't take this as we're not taking this seriously, that we're not considering taking some action and implementing something. I think it's a little presumptuous because we're trying to invoke a process to say that we are outright not interested based upon what you're hearing from opinions or statements that are being made by task force members now. Let them go to sleep on it. There'll be another hearing to discuss how this may move forward in some kind of way, and it'll come back here for more discussion. So it's not the end of the line for this. And so I just want everybody to keep an open mind and give us a chance to do it, and know that, that I would like this kind of, I would have liked to also see this kind of response from city officials for other commissions where they do allow a lot more latitude for public comment than people here who are trying to present a case, not public comment. They're party to a case. So with that, anything else? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Canada?
Aye.
Member Canada, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
No.
Member Wolf, no. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you all for attending. Let's call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 16117, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against City Librarian Luis Herrera and Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6729-6 by failing to disclose the amount and source of all outside funds or services worth more than $100 in aggregate accepted by the public library for the purpose of carrying out or assisting any city function on their website.
I wish our legal counsel did not leave the room.
Saw it coming.
All right, so this is a couple, almost a 3-year-old case. And I take some responsibility for it being that long, considering that the task force of previous had invoked to have a specialized type of meeting to determine a question that came from the Compliance and Amendments Committee when trying to determine if the order of determination was being complied with. So for those who are new to this, I've taken some time to kind of create a bit of a narrative, and I think it's important for me to express it so that you have some background on this, because part of it is the question, just the short of it is the question itself that got put before the task force is actually a larger question in general than what needed to be dealt with in the actual complaint itself. So notwithstanding any nature versus and or nurture of logic and deduction I may have inherited from my nuclear family of lawyers, I offer this line of reasoning. With regards to the referral to and from the Compliance and Amendments Committee, the outcome was unclear based upon DCA Rusi's reasoning, which seemed not to apply. This was an advice letter that was requested by the department head, the head librarian, with regards to this particular case, with regards to 67.29-6. This was not a memo that was addressed to the Sunshine Task Force. This was advice to the respondent. The Compliance and Amendments Committee referred it back to the task force, quote, to determine if the entities are subject to the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-6 must maintain a written agreement to comply with Section 67.29-6 or the entirety of the Sunshine Ordinance. And the reason why that came back was because the complaint, which was invoking a violation of 67.29-6, titled Sources of Outside Funding, states when such funds are provided or managed by an entity and not an individual, that entity must agree in writing to abide by this ordinance. So it was a little unclear to the Compliance and Amendments Committee as to what that meant when the respondent had invoked the advice of their attorney. And their attorney, who in this case was DCA Rusi, had made many pretty extensive research and statements on it with that. The question, I guess, that we had asked was for our legal counsel was whether this means just Section 6729-6 or the entire ordinance. And the response on November 1st, 2017, the response from our then legal counsel, DCA Nicholas Cola, was confirming DCA Rusi's interpretation. The task force did not agree with that and requested that kind of a committee of the whole of the Compliance and Amendments Committee be invoked with outside sources, subject matter experts, other lawyers, so on and so forth, that are familiar with the Sunshine Ordinance and these types of laws, to help to determine, considering this refusal, and that we wanted our own legal counsel to opine on the merits of itself as it applies to the Sunshine Ordinance, and not on the merits of another attorney's opinion. That wasn't even addressed to the task force. It was essentially client attorney privilege advice that the respondent party decided to reveal. I, Chair Wolf, directed the case to be agendized for November 19th, 2018, and requested legal counsel to provide advice for interpreting the above section with regards to whether this meant the entire ordinance or whether it just meant that paragraph, as the committee had requested at a task force. Fortunately, outside sources were unavailable to attend at the time, and the DCA report, the legal counsel report, did not arrive, and the case languished. And that's where I take responsibility for that. Recently, I requested our current legal counsel to provide interpretation. The response that I got was a maintaining of the decision of what DCA COLA had agreed with regards to DCA Rusi, stating that his memo is thorough, well-researched, and concludes that compliance with Section 67.296 requires that the Friends of the Library provide gift disclosures when it receives gifts over $100. It does not require the Friends of the Library to be subject to the entire Sunshine Ordinance. DCA Rusi claims, quote, further, there is no stated mechanism for applying the entire Sunshine Ordinance to these entities or other indication in the Sunshine Ordinance of an intent to apply the entire ordinance to non-city entities, unquote. While true, there are plenty of examples of other types of entities in the Sunshine Ordinance that have specific or extended compliance that are quite distinct from each other. And in fact, almost in every code, there is some discriminating factor between different types of entities. It would then follow basic logic that a court would also take this into account and question that there is yet another discriminant entity within a specific requirement, here being the entire ordinance. So there are other areas of the ordinance that speak to various different types of reporting. It could be a lobbyist, it could be a contractor, or what have you, and it's very specific as to what part of the ordinance there that they need to apply. But in this particular section of the ordinance, it says that the entity must agree in writing to abide by this ordinance. Doesn't specify a specific section, doesn't say this paragraph or this section, and the ordinance in other areas does have that language. So it would seem, just by construction, that the intent was that it would be by this ordinance. Now, if the framers or the voters felt that that was, or even the Ballot Simplification Committee who reviews these things, or the city attorney who had reviewed this before it went on the ballot, had felt that that was a mistake or was a incorrect intent, then I think that would have been made then. And it's been this way since 1999, without a peep from anyone. And people review and use the ordinance every day. So that is of some question to me. But the task force, let's see where I leave off. So I feel that our legal counsel failed to consider or analyze this from that perspective. And that's really what I think we wanted, because DCA Rusi's opinion, while very well researched, I think it was a great piece of work how he did it, it really doesn't apply to us. What applies to what he opined from was lots of case law in how a court would review these things, and we've said time and time again that we shouldn't concern ourselves or preempt ourselves with what a court might say or might not do, because a court will ask a complainant, if they bring a sunshine complaint to them, have you invoked the local process? And the local process has to be independent. It can't be colored, it can't be weighted or be influenced by what a court might or might not say in order to make its decision. So all of the references and analyses that DCA Rusi provides is more for the respondent's benefit than it is for our here at the task force. Here, if one of the or the other parties desires an appeal in a court of law, they may do so as provided in the Sunshine Ordinance. And it's well known, again, as I mentioned before, the court will ask the parties if the local process was engaged. Thus, if the task force and their legal counsel should not concern themselves with a party's advice to them and with the withholding of the records. That is their defense. That is all on them. What we are looking for is the advice that we're looking for is how are we supposed to interpret the Sunshine Ordinance with regards to the case that is before us and the evidence that's presented by both parties. I mean, this is why we're sometimes or frequently called quasi-judicial. Further, whether or not this would have other consequences to the operations or business with external entities by the city is not for the task force to consider. DCA Rusi had suggested that if the revealing of the donors based upon what the requester had asked for were revealed to the public as the ordinance suggests, that could cause a big problem for the city, because then people won't donate because their name would be made public. Well, that has nothing to do with us at all. And so it's kind of like we have to reject that. I mean, I think it's worthwhile for the advice that DCA Rusi is giving to the library. I think it's pertinent for that, but it's not pertinent for us. The task force's jurisdiction is specifically under Admin Code 67, period. That's the long and the short of it. It starts with the CPRA and the Brown Act, and it ends with the Sunshine Ordinance. And that's the scope of what we have to look at. There are other bodies, other entities, that if there's a disagreement with our decisions, that it can be taken to. Moreover, under 6724I, the balancing test must not be made by the public library or its office or its employee or its agent. 6724 states the suggestion is that whether the information should be withheld or not. It's really the balancing. There has to be a citation given for when a respondent wants to withhold specific information. If it's a police or law enforcement investigation of some kind, if it's a personnel record or things like that. But it cannot create its own balancing test without a citation of law. It's a directive as to whether the information could be withheld or not. basically, it states, notwithstanding a department's legal discretion to withhold certain information under the California Public Records Act, the following policies shall govern specific types of documents and information and shall provide enhanced rights of public access to information and records. Again, enhanced rights of public access to information and records. In paragraph I, under this section, 67.24 says, neither the city nor any office, employee, or agent thereof may assert an exemption for withholding for any document or information based on a finding or showing that the public interest in withholding the information outweighs the public interest in disclosure. That's a balancing test issue. That's prohibited. All withholdings of documents or information must be based on an express provision of this ordinance providing for withholding of the specific type of information in question, or on an express and specific exemption provided by the California Public Records Act that is not forbidden by this ordinance, period. That is very well contained as to what the jurisdiction is. So, that said, these are the reasons why the Sunshine Task Force wanted further explanation and interpretation from outside subject matter experts like the First Amendment Coalition and the framers of the ordinance themselves, because at the time the task force did not necessarily agree with the advice given by DCA Rusi to the head librarian Luis Herrera, and the response from our own legal counsel in agreement with DCA Rusi's interpretation, and we felt it warranted additional advice. I just 2 more sentences. Nonetheless, even if the task force finds that the third-party entity need only to comply with 67.29-6 as DCA Rusi's advice memo to the library, the respondent, completely revolves around, 6727 provides requirements for the citation of law for withholding, and none from the respondent has been provided nor has been invoked by the respondent. And they cannot now now invoke that the order of determination has already been rendered. Thus, inclusive of the requirements to disclose the violation of 67.29-6 still stands, and the task force has already approved an order of determination to find in violation of this section for noncompliance. It is therefore by order of determination that the task force compels the library to disclose and deliver the records as requested to the petitioner, Ray Hartz, and this task force can reaffirm that order of determination if they so desire. So I think, Member Kanata, you may, as the chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee, I know it went on for a little while, but I wanted to give some context for recalling for members that were here for that and for the new members to have some context as to what happened.
And that was a great summary. The one thing, well, one of the things I'd like to add is that part of the order of determination, now this is 2 years ago was the compliance and amendment, so it'd been going on for a while before that. But up until the case started being heard, the library never even had a memorandum of understanding with the Friends of the Public Library, and that was part of our order of determination, was to provide one. And I don't know if we've ever gotten one. I don't remember. I don't think we did. My other comment on whether 6729-6, how that should be applied, I think in how I've been using the Sunshine Ordinance and in just the 2 other cases today with Mr. Hartz, in the 2 previous cases, within the minutes meant within the minutes. It didn't mean as an addendum or an attachment. in 6729-6, it specifically says this ordinance, whereas Chair Wolf stated in other parts of the Sunshine Ordinance, when they want a section to be specified, they specify this section of the ordinance. So that's it. The last 2 years ago, we sent it back up here for all of those reasons that Chair Wolf just stated. And how should we proceed with this now? Do we have a normal hearing, Mr. Hartz?
Well, this is really more of the Compliance and Amendments Committee saying we've had no compliance. So we're referring it back to the task force for dispensation. What do we do? And then what do we do next? That's our regular process when there's no compliance. I think that's why I was kind of saying, the larger question is this one sentence, and I think that's worth a discussion independent of the order of determination, which really speaks to the part before that, which is if a third party entity, if a city department receives $100 or more in a donation, they got to reveal the donors, and that's what the respondent was trying to challenge.
Right.
Okay. It came up later with regards to whether the question of whether they needed to abide by this ordinance or not, that a written agreement was needed, okay? The written agreement is not really necessary to carry out the order of determination. So I think what's important here is to easy enough is to get back to first the crux of the order of determination to determine whether there is compliance or not compliance, to provide and to determine what to do next. So I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to leave it up to you guys to figure it out.
Well, can we ask Mr. Hartz?
You certainly can.
Come on up, Mr. Hartz.
And is the library here? Yes, sir. Okay, great. Thank you.
So have these donations been posted online? Are they public now? You don't know, or?
If you look at your packet, somewhere in there you will find all of these numbers. And what I did is I took it and put it on a chart to show you what the central issue of this whole complaint was. If you see the first three columns, all of those are based on the first column, accept and expend. The Board of Supervisors authorizes the library to accept a certain amount from the Friends on an annual basis. The second column was what's called restricted funding. It is funding that is included in that accept and expend, but is not from the Friends, it's from other entities. So basically, if you subtract that, around $400,000 a year is given by the Friends to the library. Now, the second thing is if you go to the City Library's website, right on the center or the bottom home page, you will see a link to the Friends website. And on that website, all of the audited financial statements are there. And if you look at those numbers, you basically see that each and every year they raised many millions of dollars, $3, $4, $5 billion. And yet the gift always stayed $400,000, $410,000. And if you look at the last column, I calculated where it was available, the percentages, 9%, 10%, 8%, which means over 90% of the money is being spent elsewhere. And I don't know about you, but any time I hear of a charity where 90% of the money does not go to the beneficiaries, that's misrepresentation of the public. And as this is being done by a city department on a city taxpayer-funded website where people are told, go, if you want to contribute to the library, go to this group and contribute through them, only to have them find out that 90% of the money they give doesn't end up going to the library, is a misrepresentation. I said it at the Library Commission. I've said it's a fraud. I've said it's a scam. And I'll refer you, and your city attorney, deputy city attorney, can tell me exactly, get this clear. In civil cases, what they do is they instruct a jury that says if you have persons who presented evidence who could have provided better evidence. You have a right to doubt any evidence they present. The Friends, all these years, have been able to provide the evidence that this was wrong, and they have done nothing. In fact, from the time I started doing this, when they used to show up and be on the agenda 2 or 3 times a year, they now don't come on the agenda at all. The only thing they do is they sneak in, and they took exception to my calling it sneaking in, and make pleas for fundraisers. But they no longer report to the public, and they are completely unresponsive to anybody. So at least the public isn't being lied to anymore, which is what they were being, and that has really been an improvement. But the bottom line is this group raises millions of dollars every year, and a very small percentage of that money actually goes for the purposes that is represented.
Would the library like to respond or have a statement?
Sir.
Want to speak to us?
Thank you so much. Sure. Good evening, task force members. My name is Michael Lambert. Mayor London Breed appointed me your city librarian on March 25th. Luis Herrera retired February of 2018. It's been a couple of years since I last addressed this body. I'm pleased to report that the underlying issue regarding whether or not the library has a written agreement with the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library has been resolved. Face up. Oh, there we go. I brought copies.
Can you just turn it 90 degrees?
Pardon me? Oh, 90 degrees?
If you look to your left, you'll see that on the screen. There you go.
Here it is. Oh, thank you, sir. Here's a copy for you. Got copies for the task force.
Thank you.
So again, I'm pleased to report the underlying issue has been resolved. We have a memorandum of understanding between the library and the Friends as of August 21st, 2017. I would like to highlight Article 2 of the MOU. I think it's the second page. It references fiscal support of the library. Specifically, Section C references acceptance of gifts, which stipulates the library will adhere to the city's admin code with respect to acceptance of gifts. This Section C also references the Attachment A, which is the Friends' agreement to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-6, which governs the gift disclosure requirements of gifts exceeding $100, and that is the last page in that document. The library and the Friends have been jointly operating under the terms of this MOU for 3 years now. I do have a screenshot of the library's website that lists the gifts to the library for each fiscal year. I would like to direct your attention to the bottom of the screen right here. There's a hyperlink to the Friends website that lists their supporters. If you click on this link, it will take you to the Friends webpage that contains the past 3 fiscal years, listing all of their donors. There's a PDF file here for each fiscal year. So this lists a comprehensive listing of all their donors that provide $100 or more in support and their identities and the amount of their gift. So the library and the Friends are now fully in compliance with the prior order of determination. I'd like to close by stating that the San Francisco Public Library is extremely fortunate to have the generous support of a library support group, the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. We submit an annual grant request every year to the Friends, and they fully fund that grant request. This year, they funded $807,000 in grant requests to the library. Ultimately, this support enhances the level of service that we're able to provide to the community and funds a lot of programs not covered by our government appropriation. As the chair has referenced earlier, the Office of the City Attorney has provided a legal opinion on this matter regarding the need for the library to obtain an agreement with the Friends to comply with the gift disclosure requirements of 67.29-6. We have that signed by the Executive Director of the Friends. The Office of the City Attorney has also included in their opinion that the entire Sunshine Ordinance is not applicable to private entities such as the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library, an independent 501c3 nonprofit corporation. The library ultimately relies on the guidance of the Office of the City Attorney for legal guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Members?
Sorry, what's before us exactly?
So what is before us? The question is the in general, the process is, if we find a violation and there is a requirement for compliance, we compel them to produce documents or records or what have you. We refer it to Compliance and Amendments Committee to track it to see if it's happening or not. And if it's not happening and they're still not doing it, it's not happening, then they refer it back to the task force for dispensation. And that's where we could consider it to be, consider it for enforcement.
Even more fundamental, sorry, is
Oh,
like
okay.
what is the it that may or may not be happening? What's the
compliance
complaint? Yeah,
with-
what's supposed to be complied with?
Here?
What is the record specifically that's not
Here?
or that may yes?
It was the donors, the list of donors.
So the disclosure of
disclosure to the donors.
So it seems like they now disclose the donors by providing a link off of the library's website to the Friends of the Public Library's website, and they are keeping 3 years' worth of donors who have given $100 or more. But as to the larger question of 6729(6) only, or this ordinance, that's I guess that's up for discussion amongst the
But
panel.
there's not a. Is there a complaint? Because I think I disagree with the analysis that the city attorney's provided on 6729(6), but I guess I don't want to belabor anyone's time if we don't have an alleged violation on the grounds of I requested document X from the foundation and didn't get it because they say they just have to disclose the gifts as opposed to the ordinance generally applicable. So I mean, I just want to be cognizant of time. We've got a lot of other things to go through. I mean, I have opinions on the broader question here, but I don't.
On the question of whether it applies to the full ordinance or whether it applies, kind of thing, I'm suggesting that we have that discussion at a different time because it is it's one of those general interpretation questions, and there are parts of the ordinance that are not written clear, which is why there's a bunch of people that have been working on amendments for a very long time. So that's what I'm suggesting. I think it's clear to everyone in the room that there was a violation with regards to the first sentence of this section 67.29-6. I think unquestionably, even their own legal advice says that they must comply to that. I think that's undeniable at this point. I think everybody's on the same page. The second sentence of whether they must provide a written agree in writing, a written agreement to abide by the full ordinance, or whether that term this ordinance means just that section based upon the analysis of DCA Rusi, that's a completely different question. And that's something that this task force in the past did not agree with and sought to try and get clarity on, which has kind of mired and caused some languish of this particular case with regards to what we're doing here, just reviewing whether there is compliance now or not. If Mr. Lambert provide us, with the same response as what Mr. Herrera did at the time, was like, I'm not going to do it, then that'd be a different story, okay? But that's obviously not what's happening here, okay? Yeah.
I would like that we do pick up this question, though, soon, because if the numbers that Mr. Hart showed us are true, and the Friends are keeping 90% of what they raise for a public entity, it would be nice for a citizen to go to the Friends and say, can I see where you're spending the rest of this money, and be able to get information. And that, and if this body determines that they have to apply to the whole ordinance, then a resident would be able to do that.
So you're saying if there's an entity that's specific purpose is to fund or supplement the city's budget, and that's their prime mission, and they're only giving part of it, that the public has a right to know what they...
Regardless of what part they're giving, the public has a right to know how that money is being collected and distributed and spent.
It is a complicated question.
It is.
Because it also involves corporate law with regards to nonprofits revealing
12L.
certain things. Well, but 12L doesn't say that they need to reveal line item by line item. In fact, in general, no nonprofit is required to provide line item budgets to anyone. They can provide summary budgets, but not line item budgets. And I think that also kind of happens in the city here, department by department. When you request a budget, you get a department's kind of general budget versus a line item budget. So it's a larger question. That's why I said I don't think that
I'm not saying we should pick it up tonight, but we shouldn't put it off for another year.
Yeah. Well, you tell me where do you want this discussed and heard? I generally like to have these discussions at the committee level, because you can spend a considerable more time in a more informal kind of setting, to have a lot more discussion. Here we have a modicum of business that we try to get through in a timely manner. So that's my suggestion, is that it be heard in committee and hashed out there, and you can have it go on, ad infinitum, until you're ready to bring it back to the task force. So, all right, anything else? So I will ask the chair, and the chair can ask his committee members, but I'll also ask the rest of the task force here, are you satisfied now that this has been complied with? Okay. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Hartz if he, as the complainant and the petitioner and the requester, if he feels now it's been complied with.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I will say yes and no. And there's an old expression, give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves. From the time I started going to the Library Commission meetings and hearing the Friends report on their fundraising effort, I heard all of this praise about what a wonderful relationship it was. And then I started just looking at some basic questions that I, as a management business administration major, would look at any business or organization. How much did they raise, and how much actually went to the beneficiary that they said they were raising the funds on behalf of? And unfortunately, those figures I showed you earlier are the same figures I have been represented all along. The first public records request actually took 2 full years to be complied with by former city librarian Luis Herrera. And it involved 2 petitions to the supervisor of records in the city attorney's office, where the city attorney herself, the deputy city attorney, was found in violation by the task force because she denied the petitions. And basically what we have here is a situation where a public entity funded by taxpayer funds has authorized a group of citizens who we don't know who they are, we don't know where they were culled from, we don't know what they do, they have no reporting requirements. Raise all this money, and you don't have to tell us a thing about where it went. And when I first started doing this, basically the library didn't have anything, which is the problem. In other words, so you set up this arrangement with the Friends for them to raise money in the library's behalf, but they don't have to tell you anything. Not a thing. Not how much money they raised or where it went or whatever. And the only reason they have any documents now is because of this particular matter. So basically, this is not over. This, I feel, is to some degree complied with because now I have facts and figures where I can make up a chart like this and show you what a scam it is. And basically, I'll refer back to that better information. The Friends could at any time. The library could at any time. The Library Commission could at any time have come in and said, Mr. Hartz, you're all wrong. Here's the numbers. Here's what we provide. And I think they would have done it, if nothing else, to show me up. But they haven't. And that tells me one thing. Nobody hides that hard to hide something unless there's something to hide.
Yeah. Mr. Lambert, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you. As the newly appointed department head for the San Francisco Public Library, ultimately, I'm entrusted to be the steward of the community's resources. I am extremely proud of this institution. We are the highest rated department of city government ever. The Office of the Controller runs a survey every 2 years since 1996. We're the first department that has ever received an A. And we know how critical San Franciscans can be of their services. So I'm very proud of the commitment to excellence in our department. I take my job very seriously. Furthermore, we are recognized as a national leader amongst libraries. We were the 2018 National Library of the Year. And I do want to acknowledge the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library for the partnership that we have. It's not just the grant request that they fund every year, it's also their advocacy. They were instrumental in getting the Library Preservation Fund 25 years ago when the library was not the best in the country. We had libraries open 2 or 3 days a week, branches threatened with closure. I'm proud to say today all of our library locations are open 7 days a week. That would not have happened without having a library support group of passionate advocates, library supporters, volunteers, donors. And I do want to reiterate, I make a request to the Friends every year for a specific amount of money, and they have fully funded that grant request every year that I've been with the San Francisco Public Library, and that's 5 years now. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is our tradition to allow public comment. Is there any public comment?
Yes, I suggest to Mr. Hartz that he speak to the IRS.
Hi, I'm Marie Sapella. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of the San Francisco Public Library, and I assure you all of our financial statements are viewable by the public on our website. We are fully audited just like any other nonprofit is. We do have various programs that we do outside of our gift to the library. Our book program is actually part about half of our expenses. The literacy and book program that we run with book donations and book sales. We have an advocacy program. We have a volunteer program, and then we give the gift to the library. I wish we were raising the type of money that Mr. Hartz thinks we're raising, but it is all in our disclosed fully in compliance with, as all nonprofits do, with the IRS, and everything's viewable online. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, we'll consider this matter closed. Thank you. Let's call the next item.
Item number 8, should we call it?
It's actually item number 10.
10, I apologize. Item number 10, file number item 10, I'm sorry. Item number 10, file number 19031, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against Chris Corgus of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67(1)A(c)(d)(g) by failing to allow access to records, 67(5) by failing to require that meetings be open and public, and 67(32) by failing the provision of services to other agencies.
EOT. there a summary or brief?
I was
from
at that
DOT?
one. I can give a brief summary.
Member Yankee.
I believe Mr. Sullivan originally came to us with a complaint against the Green Benefit Formation Committee or whatever it was called. At the time, there wasn't enough votes for a violation. He went back, I believe, to get the information he was requesting from the actual city departments that were working in conjunction with this Green Benefit Formation Committee. So that's kind of where it is. So this is now his complaint against those city departments.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Sullivan. You have 5 minutes.
Can I ask the members, do they see the whole page, or do you just see what's up there?
Whatever you see there, that's what we see.
Okay, so I got to move it eventually. Yeah, I will. Mark Sullivan, hello. The last time I was before the full task force with my complaint of Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee videotaping, I only got my 5-minute opening statement to talk. While there was plenty of testimony from other people with the bulk of time given to the respondent's side, I never got a chance to respond. I tried to get up and say something during the public comment after the vote, but it was too late. A task force member stated that if I had included the DPW in my complaint, the vote would have been different. So I have these 2 complaints. Conclusion of order determination based on the testimony of the evidence presented, which is an important clause. The SOTF found that the SOTF does not have jurisdiction over the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee. New evidence from a PR request that arrived late afternoon the day before the March 6th full SOTF hearing on the Mission Dolores GBD videotaping. This was 26 days from the request date of February 11th, and this should be alarming to SOTF. Some of the new documents were obtained with a further PR request. This new evidence has not previously been presented. I know some of the task force members may feel that the jurisdiction has been settled, but given the new evidence withheld until just before the complaint hearing, further evidence, and I was not able to respond at the last hearing, I do not think anything is settled. This complaint goes to the responsibility of city employees, including the Board of Supervisors, to retain documents and to be transparent on the Sunshine Ordinance when in their official capacity they are starting a committee with a goal of establishing, established by a city ordinance. This Green Benefit District Committee is being run by city employees, their agents, and is not an independent, informal, private group. Consistent with the language and spirit of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance is to provide the most open government possible. City Administration Code Section 67.1, all inferences and evidence shall be viewed in light most favorable to the petitioner. P582 to 581 is an email exchange dated February 13th that shows Mr. Corgus conferring with Supervisor Jeff Sheehy about the composition of the GBD Formation Committee, saying, ideally, I would like to see at least 2 to 4 more people join, not including Park and Rec, which will be as well. Do you have any concerns with this list or anyone that you would like to see added? I will try to convene a meeting next week and will inform you of the date and time and location, to which Supervisor Sheehy responds that he would like to see more gender balance and suggests that someone. The term GBD was used in this email and in prior dated emails submitted in the record. There has been more evidence submitted showing city employees' involvement in committee composition. P571, an agenda of Chris Corgus, Jonathan Goldberg, running the steering committee meeting on March 26, 2019. On the agenda is discussion of a survey with the final survey approval by OEWD and PW, Public Works, not by the citizens of the steering committee. The committee meeting presentation to be by OEW and DPW. Support from the steering committee is another thing on the agenda. So while Well, who did the presentation in reality changed. The above evidence shows that a supervisor and city employee very much in charge of the GBD steering committee early on in the process and not just attending the meeting to observe and answer questions as has been previously stated. Getting the agenda for March 26 meeting and other records has not been easy. Ruling the GBD Formation Committee with direct involvement and funding from the city are covered under the Sunshine Ordinance would put these activities on notice that they have to make public agenda meetings and minutes, make public agenda minutes and meetings. There is nothing legally wrong with the city participating in setting up neighborhood organizations under an ordinance of the city. It is if they are doing that, they need to be covered under Sunshine. Green Benefit District Formation Committees and the city employee involved claim to be transparent, and yet here we are with them arguing not to be transparent under the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Are there any persons or witnesses who find any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present?
Commissioners, for the record, Mary Ann Mizuko-Thompson, Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Chris Corgus could not be here this evening. He is currently on vacation. To address a couple of the items, we have given Mr. Sullivan all of the documents that he's requested. If those of you who were here at the previous meeting remember that there was a sticking point over a missing agenda, a draft agenda that we did not have in our possession. I went over and above the task at your request and found the agenda through another entity not held within our purview or not held within us. So I did reach out to somebody who had attended that meeting and asked for that agenda, provided that to Mr. Sullivan, and I also sent a copy to Cheryl so that she was aware of that. The meetings that Mr. Sullivan is referring to were, in fact, the early meetings in which Chris Corgus and the supervisor were determining at the request of the community whether there was a need for a green benefits district, and if there was a need, what the process would look like. So those were internal meetings held at the request of the supervisor. It's not that they were public meetings and not noticed. And then last but not least, I believe what's at question here is Mr. Sullivan believes that there are other documents that we have not provided to him or to other individuals with regards to documents with the Parks Alliance. We have provided all of the documents, and we do not have any other documents to provide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses who provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Seeing none, members? Yeah, Member Yankee.
If I could just have Mr. Sullivan come up. I do recall we talked about at the committee level meeting about the draft agenda that seemed to be missing, and it sounds like that was turned over to you. Can you confirm that? So with that being turned over now, were there any other specific documents that you believe are still missing? Because I think at the time we mainly focused on that draft agenda item that was an attachment.
My point is that if this committee is covered underneath the Sunshine, then they would be obligated to have the agendas and meeting minutes and stuff. March 12th. So we go.
But I think this is kind of we had this issue come up.
So there are other other records. I was going to.
Oh, the record. Okay, just to clarify that because this complaint.
I think that Ms. Thompson has given me all the records that are in her possession.
Right. Okay, and that's where this specific complaint is focused, not on the Green Benefit District Steering Committee. I just wanted to clarify.
No, it's focused in that the employees, city employees, are running this meetings.
Right. So are the documents you think are missing? Are they in possession of those employees?
Well,
they are.
Yes. I don't know. So there was 3 meetings. Okay. The first meeting is Jeff Shee and Chris Corgus. and there's the documents that say that they're there. Now, that might have been like an introductory meeting or whatever to see if, talk about it. There's a second meeting on March 12th, which is, let's see, it's a P579, and where they discussed, Chris Corgus has the meeting, and he discusses the boundaries of the district that's going to be determined. There is no documentation of that at all, or what happened at that meeting, other than the email saying that this is what they were going to discuss. Obviously, there were maps and stuff that they discussed, but obviously, they're already talking about the district boundaries of the Green Benefit District. And then the next meeting is the March 26th meeting, where they already are talking about the survey and who's going to conduct the survey, how we're doing the sampling, and how the presentations of the Green Benefit Districts to the public are going to happen. And this is being run, in this case, Jonathan Goldberg and Mr. Corgus are both running that meeting because they talk about it in the email draft agendas.
Okay. So for the purposes, though, because I know you have a second complaint with Mr. Goldberg, but for the purpose of this particular file number, which is focused on the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, which records from specifically the Office of Economic and Workforce Development are you still looking for?
I'm looking for map, the meetings of when they talked about maps and how they decide the district maps, the map of the district of the Green Benefit District.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there are more records involved. I don't think that Ms. Thompson has those records.
Okay, but that's what.
But if these committees from the get-go are covered under Sunshine, then they would be on notice to keep these records and retention.
Right, but we had the hearing regarding those committees separately. So this particular file number is focused on the Office of Economic and Workforce Development.
The difference between the two complaints is that the next complaint, there's a contracts. There's two contracts, and grantees involved in this. In this section, there's only one meeting that Mr. Goldberg was at, and that's the March 26th meeting, which they're obviously running. And they're already setting out the Green Benefit District thing.
I'm just a little confused about what we can at this point try to get you from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development specifically that you don't have right now, that
Well,
they may have.
I don't know. They might have the maps, or they might have documents. See, I'm the petitioner. I don't know what they have or not.
Right, and I believe she's testified that they've
She's
given you
given
everything.
me all.
So,
but obviously, there were maps involved in the March 12th meeting.
Let me interject here for a second. Just to recall the last, that particular hearing that we heard about the this particular Green Benefits District. There was some question as to whether the preliminary meeting that the public or the people that organizers had, whether that was covered under Sunshine or not, versus subsequent meetings after, because it's part of a whole process that OEWD has laid out for the creation or going through the process. So from what I'm trying to gather, if I can kind of elucidate what Mr. Sullivan is trying to get at here, is that and I'm going to need to ask you, Mr. Sullivan, about this, but if he's asking about the subsequent meetings, like now it's gone from the point of, yes, the public wants this Green Benefit District. They now are invoking or pulling the trigger on, for sake of a better pun, to invoke the process and get the process rolling. Then it becomes actionable at that point forward as to money being spent, contracts being issued, to have people come in and consult and implement the process with the public. And then and then the question then becomes, now at that point, where does Sunshine fit in on that, right? So I think that I'm trying to understand from Mr. Sullivan's point of view as to whether he's still talking about that preliminary one that we've already decided that we don't have jurisdiction on versus has the threshold or the trigger to invoke the process,
Right.
the city's process.
And this is what we're getting at at the committee level, because there's
Okay.
this one against the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. His next one's against another city department that was involved. I believe there's also at some point a nonprofit that's involved, that's even its own separate tier, and then the steering committee. So I think it's easier for us, and this is what we struggled with at the committee level, to separate those various entities from each other, because they kind of do get muddled up. So I think it's just, for me, at least for this particular file number, helpful to keep it so we can start to decide, okay, at least we're good with this particular city department, and then move on to those other questions.
No,
that you have.
I get that, but my question is whether the question I'm posing applies to information that OEWD may have.
Through the chair?
Yes, Member Kanata.
What I'm getting from Mr. Sullivan, I think the issue here is, even though the Mission Dolores Green Benefits District isn't created yet, it's not a part of the city structure yet. The question is, are meetings run by city employees sunshineable? So he's citing 2 or 3 meetings where he's suggesting that city employees, some from the Mayor's Office of Economic Workforce Development, others from DPW, have been actually running the meetings, and that because they are running the meetings, they should be keeping these records and they should be public.
No, I hear you on that, and that's what I'm trying to I'm going to ask him in a second, just trying to figure out whether, because creating a green benefits district demands a lot of different meetings, right? So we already heard and made an order of determination on the preliminary kind of prospective meeting that we don't have jurisdiction on. So I'll ask you now, Mr. Sullivan, are you now asking for documents for subsequent meetings than the meeting that you were here in this room for the last time?
Okay, so the meeting that the last hearing was about me videotaping a public meeting, information meeting, of just the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee. That's what you ruled jurisdiction on.
Right.
Not any earlier thing. This was just a public forum of the Green Benefit District Formation Committee, just giving out information, and they did not allow me to videotape that. And what I'm saying is exactly what Mr. Kanata is saying, and that this is an ordinance of the city, and that the city employees are running these meetings and getting it up, and they're already talking. The second meeting is already talking about the district boundaries.
Well, that's what I want to. Let's slow down for a second, because I'm not, like I said, there's a lot of meetings with regards to creating a green benefits district. So the formation committee, that forum, we've already adjudicated that as the ordinance does not have jurisdiction on that particular stage of the process. Are you now talking about subsequent meetings from that?
These are other meetings. These are meetings
after that formation.
No, these are meetings before that.
I'd
like to say that I was not allowed time to rebuttal. I only had 5 minutes opening statement at that hearing, and also this is new evidence. Like I said, there was 510 pages of evidence dropped the day before my hearing that I was not able to.
Which hearing?
The hearing that the videotaping. The last time I was before the full saw.
Okay.
It came 26 days from the time that the public record request was made, and it came the afternoon right before my hearing. So all those records were not a thing. This record of Jeff Sheehy the email between back and forth about setting up a draft between Mr. Corgus and Mr. Goldberg, all that I didn't have.
Okay.
In your determination. And so what I'm saying is there's no box to check for jurisdiction, you know, but that's what I'm asking for, because the Green Benefit District, this is not going to be the only Green Benefit District. The city plans on rolling out these Green Benefit Districts throughout the city. And that's what they would like to do. And I'm saying that's fine if they want to do that and the employees are involved and they get the contractors in, then it should be covered under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, Member Yankee, let me just clarify something. In the committee, at the committee level, when you were confirming and or collecting information to create this record, did you did you make any notice about whether any of these other meetings were subject to sunshine or not?
We did not get into that. No, we got into, there was a variety of documents that the Office of Economic and Workforce Development had turned over to Mr. Sullivan, and there was specifically a meeting agenda that was an attachment to one of the emails, and for some reason they were unable to retrieve that attachment and turn it over to him. So that was what we kind of focused on, is what in the possession of that particular city department could they turn over and what was missing.
Okay. Yeah, I struggled with this one, and partly Mr. Sullivan, just because it wasn't clear to me what the violation was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the request or the complaint for me was not clear as to what exactly was being asked for.
Right, and that's why we tried to limit it to the records in possession of that particular office, one of which was missing.
Because my concern is, and Mr. Sullivan alluded to it, and this was part of somewhat that previous case also, is if that meeting was not subject to sunshine, then no documents are disclosable from the meeting.
Right, this was an email agenda that was in a city employee's email account.
Okay.
So it was an outgoing, it was a draft agenda that they had the email sent basically out to, it was sent from the city employee, one of them I believe in this office, out to a member of this steering committee, and it said, attached to the draft agenda for the meeting that's coming up, but they couldn't seem to locate the attachment that was on that email.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
it was an email thing, yeah.
All right, so Mr. Sullivan, you received that document now?
Yes, I did. And
Okay. Are there any, so I guess the next question is, are there any other documents from OEWD that you did not get or are still?
Well, there's no documents from the MAP discussion of the MAP meeting, and obviously when you talk about maps, there's documents. But again, I wasn't asking, the first hearing, I wasn't asking for documents, any documents. It was about videotaping during a public informational meeting. And so this, I'm asking for documents.
Yeah, but you have to understand, that other case first, whether it was for videotaping or asking for documents or any application of this, we had to determine whether that meeting was subject to sunshine.
Right.
Okay, and we found that it did not. So the question is now, so I just wanted to get clear on that.
Okay.
Because, if you are asking for documents based upon a meeting that is not subject to sunshine, then unless the city has those documents to provide you, that's a different story. If they are from someone else, because it may have been thought that meeting was part of now the public process, that's a different story. Okay, then whoever's running that meeting, those documents would be subject to sunshine at that point. So you follow where I'm going here?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Got it.
I don't quite agree, but that's all right.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get the logic here, so everybody, we all understand where in the process that we're talking about here. So we're just talking about documents that public, that custodians may have
From this particular
office. Got it.
Right.
Okay, great. Okay, so you're looking now for these maps that you think had to have been.
I mean, they talked about map and district boundaries on the March 12th meeting.
Okay.
And there's no documentation of it at all. And Mr. Corgus is the one who ran it.
Okay. Was that a public meeting?
No, none of these meetings are public.
Where are they held?
I don't know. I'm
How did you
just a
find out that
petitioner.
there was a meeting?
Because I got the records, 500 and something odd
okay.
records, right before my hearing,
Okay.
which I don't think is fair to me that you guys have already determined jurisdiction on something when all these records were withheld from me. And also, I never got a chance for rebuttal at all at the last hearing. I only had my opening statement, and that was it. I got up and I tried to say something after the vote, and Mr. Cantana said to me, if I had, you know, I couldn't say anything, but he said, if I had put in like DPW as part of the thing, the voting might have gone differently. And I do agree with him that's probably true, which is why I'm here.
Okay, all right.
I mean, you're basing your thing on what your jurisdiction on what the city has not given me. I mean, they withheld information at that hearing.
All right, so let me ask Ms. Ozuko-Thompson a question. It'd probably be easier for you to just sit up front to... There you go. Okay. So with regards to these meetings, are you familiar with
Yes.
these meetings? Can you describe what they are?
Well, I want to take it one step back. So Supervisor Sheehy met with a group of constituents who had some concerns about Mission Dolores and the day-to-day maintenance. From that meeting came the notion or the idea that perhaps they should form a green benefits district. These meetings were the early sort of sussing out, vetting, is this something we want to do? Because this is important to understand. This is individuals electing to tax themselves. So this is a tax that goes onto your property tax, right? So these are individuals who collectively come together and say, we would like to assess our properties, add a tax on it, and redistribute that money back to Mission Dolores. So those initial meetings were not public meetings. They were just to determine if this is something that the supervisor had capacity to do, if the Office of Economic and Workforce Development had capacity to do, if Public Works, or if there was the want and desire within the community to do this. I'd like to say that it's important to note that I did give Mr. Sullivan all of those documents, hence the reason why he knows about those meetings. We have been really 100% transparent. And I'd also like to say that of my own accord, I elected to meet with Mr. Sullivan one-on-one here at City Hall to sit down and talk and to see if I couldn't help him in another way to find the documents that he's looking for. I wanted to understand. Sometimes when you're the custodian of records, sometimes it helps us to meet with people to determine what it really is they are looking for. What do they need? What do they need to understand a process? And again, I have given him every document. If there was a map, if it existed, I would have given it to him. I am the person who gave him over 500 documents, not just for the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District, but for the other ones as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's beneficial at this point. I realize Mr. Sullivan has, a lot of players in this, but I think it's beneficial to at least close out this portion of it. To me, it sounds like they have given all that they have, so that we could at least, focus the attention on places where there still might be questions. But it sounds to me like he has whatever the Office of Workforce or Economic and Workforce Development has. So I think maybe we should hear rebuttals at this point.
Okay. All right, I just want to double check with Mr. Sullivan if he has received all the documents. I mean, I think one thing that I'm a little,
there's some
I have questions on is this meeting about mapping. And so I'm sorry, Mrs. Zuko Thompson, let me ask you about this. Are you familiar with this meeting about discussing about the mapping of the Green Benefits District, or what the boundaries are, or what have you?
So I would be familiar with it from reviewing Chris Corgus's email and then also speaking with Chris Corgus directly.
I guess what he's asking, if there was a meeting discussing maps, there probably was some maps being distributed.
If there were maps distributed, we would have them in our possession. We do not, and I would have given them to Mr. Sullivan.
But at the same time, you said you didn't have the agenda, that you had to go through a third party to get it.
Correct.
Because you didn't have it in your possession.
I didn't. But we know that an agenda existed because it was an attachment to an email. It also, for clarification, it was a draft agenda, and we know that's how we know that
Draft agenda for what meeting?
It was for one of the very early meetings.
So it was a draft agenda, but did the meeting that the agenda was for, it doesn't become draft anymore. It becomes a real.
But that was the only, and it was
okay.
A draft agenda that was sent from Public Works to OEWD. There was no final agenda in our records that we're in possession of.
Do you know who attended that meeting?
I do not.
Does the agenda notate who attended that meeting? Were there minutes from that meeting?
No, there were no minutes from that
The reason
meeting.
why I'm asking is it a policy body or a passive meeting body?
It's a passive meeting body.
So if it's a passive meeting body, it's open to the public.
It was an early meeting while they were determining whether they wanted to form a green benefits district.
Doesn't necessarily answer my question. If it's a passive meeting body, it's public meeting. Member Kanata.
This is not, the meeting she's referring to, in my understanding, is not a city meeting. Even though they had DPW and MOEWD representatives, this is the meeting that we decided that we didn't have jurisdiction because it's a group of citizens getting together.
Was this that meeting?
Excuse me?
This is that meeting that we're talking about?
Okay,
Okay.
so the meeting.
So he's saying that it's
Okay,
not the
so-
same meeting.
Okay, so if this is a meeting run by city officials, this is back to my original question. If this is a meeting run by city officials, the information is public, and according to the representative here, they have given them everything they have.
Right. So that's why I was asking if Mr. Sullivan got all of the documents. He's saying he doesn't know.
Right.
Okay. That there was some reference to this
To a map.
meeting around mapping. That's why I'm asking if there was.
No, I understand
okay.
that.
All right. And I just and by the same token, it's just interesting to me because a passive meeting body means any group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues. I don't know if that's applicable for this or, for maybe within the policy body, whether because it was formed, I don't know who attended. Was it all employees? Was it also members of the public? Was it, because we're not talking about the same meeting that we heard about in that previous case. So
No, but we are talking about a meeting with the formation committee, but with city employees running the show.
right, and that's why I'm saying is I'm wondering where, now that the formation had that initial meeting that we didn't find jurisdiction on, now it's moved ahead. Has it moved ahead in the process?
Just real fast, is this meeting before or after the videotape, the issue you came up with? So can you give us the dates of these meetings?
Okay. I'm just off the top of my head. The videotape meeting was in October like 10th, 2018. These meetings happened. There was a meeting February 26, 2018. March 12th, 2018 is when they started talking about what the district boundaries are going to be.
So these are several months prior to the one.
This is almost like 12, 11, 8, 9 months before that.
Okay,
So then,
that's
it's
my
on,
point.
yeah, okay. That's all I was trying to ascertain here.
I think, he alluded to that earlier.
Okay, got it, okay. All right, so I'm okay, all right. So, but you're still thinking that there might be more documents?
Well, it's just like you said, there could be minutes,
Right.
to the meeting. And if the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force says that these meetings are covered under the Sunshine, then they'll be required to keep those minutes and agenda.
Yeah, that's, and I think because we've already determined that from the October meeting, that meeting and prior, there's no jurisdiction under Sunshine.
Even though they withheld all this information from me.
That's different. Asking for information and determining whether a meeting.
But I wasn't able to present it.
I'm not sure what you mean by you weren't able to present it.
He got it. I think he got it a day before, a couple of days before.
Exactly.
And it was 500 pages or 500 documents.
510 documents.
So I'm not following following the significance of
There's additional evidence that he wants to have it reheard about jurisdiction.
Okay.
There's all this evidence that was withheld from me.
Okay, that's what okay.
So if the city can withhold evidence from me, and you guys can, then they can dictate what jurisdiction is.
Okay.
And I guess, and it's been hard for me to kind of follow is whether or not, because I don't think from what we're hearing right now or what we're adjudicating or what we're considering has anything to do with the classification of policy body or not. It has nothing to do with it. This is all about whether or not the OEWD had documents responsive to the requests without, when it doesn't make any difference. And I guess the only clarification, and I think I've heard this already is from Ms. Thompson, is whether there were any documents withheld on the basis of a theory that relates to the classification of the meetings. And I don't think there have been. And just to clarify that if there were no documents withheld based on public meeting, private meeting, passive body, policy body, then that's kind of an issue we can set aside. And then the question is just whether, and the 520 some odd documents, is that a complete production? If the maps existed, we've heard they would have been pulled up and disclosed.
Well, I'm curious about that because of the admission that they didn't have the agenda and had to go outside of the city to get it. And I appreciate the due diligence on that, but
it's entirely possible that there's all sorts of ways that the city could not have the map. I don't know.
I
agree
get that.
with you,
but
she's looked.
The purpose of this is discovery, right? So we're trying to ascertain whether there's any additional documents beyond the 510, of which he said, there seemed to have been a meeting about discussion about maps. So I didn't see any documents regarding maps.
There very well could be more documents not in the city's possession, especially if they were working under the assumption that these were not policy body meetings. There could be lots of documents that they did not retain.
Well, the question is did anybody check to see if there were documents relating to that?
I think that's what we've heard.
Right. That's what I just reiterated.
So maps could exist where a private individual who is part of these meetings that weren't public because they maybe didn't have to be. Maybe the private individual had a map. Maybe someone showed up who's a member of this, informal group. I don't know. I'm theorizing, but I fully believe that if there was a map in the OEWD's files, that it would have been found and pulled.
Okay.
I think at least I'm. It is. I get it. I raise my eyebrows too. It's like, well, there's a map and there's talking about districts and overlays, but if it's been looked for and it's not there, then it's been looked for and it's not there.
This might help address that a little bit about where maps might be. At some point in this process, a nonprofit got involved and received city funding. This is kind of in the next file. I believe it was that nonprofit that helped with some of these map creation issues. So There may well be maps. It may not necessarily be with this department, though.
All right, all right.
Just
Okay, let's move forward. I'm going to.
Rebuttals?
I'm going to, well, I'm going to move for a personal privilege to have the building management called and to turn on the air conditioning. So it's getting a little hot in here. Okay, so any other questions? Okay, should we move to rebuttals? Okay, respondent first, Mrs. Zuko-Thompson. You have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
So first of all, I stand corrected. It was not a passive body. It was an informal, because again, all in the beginning. Second piece is that OEWD has gone above and beyond. We have provided documents that we didn't have to, but we do believe in transparency, and given Mr. Sullivan and a number of other individuals who have sunshined us regarding the green benefit districts, all of the documents. I do want to say we did go above and beyond by reaching out to someone else to get the draft agenda, because we do believe in transparency, because we do want to get Mr. Sullivan what he wants. If I had a map just to save me from not being here at this hour and having to eat cashews for dinner, trust me, I'd have given it.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Sullivan, you have 3 minutes.
So 67.1D says the right of people to know what their government and those acting on behalf of their government, which is not necessarily employees, city employees, are doing is fundamental to democracy. And with very few exceptions, the right supersedes any other policy interest government officials may use to prevent public access to the information. Green Benefit Formation Committee is already starting to build the survey and the district boundaries at this time. Formal groups are ones that are created as per official authority so that they fulfill the desired objective. They can be temporary, unlike informal groups, which are formed on their own as per their likes and interests and attitudes. The group is being formed to fulfill an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors, and they've already started. And there's a number of things where the committee members and the contractor asks Mr. Corgus whether certain members should be brought into the committee, and what further on with the composition of the committee. And so the city is influencing this from an early on, and this affects the public and the citizens, and they should have a right to have more than just a small group of people hand-selected by the city to determine what assessments and district boundaries and how much their votes are.
Thank you. Members, is there a motion?
Sure. I would move to find no violation against the Office of Economic Workforce Development.
I'll second.
Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Kanata. Any discussion? Any public comment? Not the parties. Seeing no violation on the part of OEWD. Okay, call the roll.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, please call next item.
Item number 11, file number 19032, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against Jonathan Goldberg, David Steinberg, and Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 ACDG by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. 67.5, requiring that meetings be open and public, and 67.32, provision of services to other agencies.
Anything?
Very similar to the one we just heard. I believe there was also some, number one, that Public Works is contending that they turned over all the documents that have been requested. I believe kind of what I alluded to just a moment ago, that there's a nonprofit involved called, I believe, Place Lab SF Park Alliance, that at some point was part of this process, and that perhaps this nonprofit, has some of these documents. And there was questions about, what, if any, is the nonprofit's role, and what, if any, application does the Sunshine Ordinance have on them. But I believe, well, we can hear from them, but the specific one was with Public Works, but that kind of got off track to another potential group we might hear about during these discussions.
I promise I won't ask too many questions. Okay, Mr. Sullivan, 5 minutes. Before you start, let me just ask, is the respondent here? Department of Public Works?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, start the clock.
All right. Mark Sullivan, hello. Off the P693 and 695, off the top, the representatives of both OEW, DPW, and in DPW's response to this complaint have said that DPW does not give contracts for the Green Benefit District formation, and this is why DPW goes through OEWD. This is not true. DPW has given out 2 contracts for GBD formation. This complaint goes to 2 things. The Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee is not an informal private group of neighbors who run their own committee and make their own decisions without the approval of city employees and contractors, as representatives have stated. But they are, in fact, part of a work product of the city and should be covered under the Sunshine Ordinance. The contract states that all records and work products done under the contract are property of the city, and the argument is, therefore, records produced under contract are covered under Sunshine and public record laws. They are withholding agendas, meetings of all meetings, all contractors' email correspondence under the contract, including CCs, and possible training materials, including how the surveys are constructed and why. So P770 is part of the contract in the Appendix B. It says task deliverables. The contractor is supposed to give an agenda and meeting minutes for each steering committee meeting to the city. This is even without the documents. I have not received any of these documents. According to the contract, the city should have already have this in their possession and are willfully withholding the documents. The P770 tasks and deliverables for Project Area B, Dolores Park, Neighborhood B. Task 1, monthly steering committee meetings. Grantee shall organize and facilitate monthly Project Area B steering committee meetings. Meetings shall be developed the vision and mission for a potential Green Benefit District Project AB. The grantee shall build steering committee capacity for Project B, Green Benefit District feasibility and formation. Grantee shall finalize Project Area B boundaries with input from the steering committee. This and other clauses of the contract show that the formation committee is not independent making decisions, but are actually part of the work product of the contractor and city employees. There are 7 meetings, P712 through 719, that shows Mr. Goldberg organizing 7 meetings of the Mission Dolores GBD. P784 P742 is as part of the contract. It's 6.8 ownership of results. The city claims all ownership of all records and documents produced and work product. There are about 6 clauses in the contract that go to the city asserting its right over all the work product done by the contractor. One of them is inspection audit, 6.7 inspection. P741 is that. I'm going to stop. That's enough. I feel like I give you guys a lot.
Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, respondent?
Ready?
Yep.
Hi, David Steinberg again from Public Works. So the 6 requests that are the subject of this complaint were filed by Mr. Sullivan on March 20th. Each was asking for information and materials related to specific meetings of the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee. Mr. Sullivan and 2 associates, John Hooper and Daniel Tomasevich, have submitted a total of 33 records requests for documents related to green benefit districts, and we responded fully to all of them. Mr. Sullivan used information from one of Mr. Hooper's requests to identify the meetings in his 6 requests. Because the department had already produced voluminous records related to GBDs, I figured it was highly unlikely that additional records would be available. I talked with Public Works Green Benefit District Program Manager Jonathan Goldberg, who confirmed that. I closed the requests the next day, March 21st, and I told Mr. Sullivan that we had no additional records beyond those that had been previously released in response to Public Records Request number 19517, which was from Mr. Hooper. I provided him with a link to that request, which had 233 pages of responsive documents, including those showing attendance slides and notes from the October 10th, 2018 Formation Committee meeting, which was one of the requests that he had made in this round. We've turned over all of the records in our possession. Mr. Sullivan says we should get copies of additional records from the San Francisco Parks Alliance because they have a contract with the city. As Mr. Sullivan knows, that contract is not administered by Public Works, but by OEWD. And the representative from OEWD today said they've already given him all of the deliverables required under the contract. I have nothing more to give him. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members? Oh, okay. There you go.
So just to be clear, I have given Mr. Sullivan those documents as well. So, and I actually in here too went above and beyond. Our contract with the Parks Alliance has 7 deliverables, which they have given us, which I gave Mr. Sullivan. I went back to the Parks Alliance and asked them if they could give us other documents, like, so there was a Survey Monkey, right? And then everyone takes the survey and then that data gets dropped into a spreadsheet. They gave us that spreadsheet and I gave that to Mr. Sullivan, redacting the names of the individuals who have responded. So he does have those documents. I also want to say that going above and beyond and providing Mr. Sullivan with the documents, as many as I could find, there is Mr. Hooper and another gentleman who continuously sunshine us regarding these, and going in above and beyond, providing them with documents. Mr. Hooper, a few weeks ago, was at the Bohemian Grove and had lost his documents, and I was able to provide them to Cheryl on thumb drives so that he would not lose them on his computer anymore. So I guess what we're trying to say is we have given as many documents as we can. We just don't know how to give any more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members.
I don't, could you come up here? So the documents from OEWD included the contracts? Yep, everything. Okay.
And I know we've given him some contracts too, because they've been in, Jonathan Goldberg had copies of them in his email, so.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan. So
Can I just point out to you that, and I said this before, P770 in the appendix, task 1, deliverables. B, an agenda and meeting minutes for each steering committee meeting.
Okay.
So the contractor is supposed to deliver the minutes and agendas for each steering committee to whoever it is. It's written specifically there. I have not gotten any of those minutes or agendas items. Not only that, but the whole contract says that all records and work product is property of the city.
Right, and they're saying they gave you all of that. So
No, but they haven't.
Mr. Goldberg.
I just want to point out also on page 709, Mr. Toral Patel from placelabsf.org says he created a Google Drive folder to help organize and share the documents, and gives some list including minutes, vision statement, digitized map, contact info.
And to whom? Who has that?
To a group of people, including Solantra Systems.
Anybody in the city?
Gmail, Global. Oh, and the CC, yeah. Jonathan Goldberg, Christopher Corgus, Brooke Ray Rivera.
So
Build Public. I don't know what Build Public is.
There's also in P770, Task 4, the grantee shall support committee meetings in Project B area regarding the formation of a green benefit district. Grantee shall be responsible for meeting preparation, meeting materials, meeting facilities, meeting minutes, and notes.
Mr. Steinberg. The grantee here is the Greenbelt Formation Committee?
It's the SF
Parks
Park
Alliance.
Alliance, yeah.
Oh, Parks Alliance is the grantee.
SF Parks,
SF
Parks Alliance is the grantee, and it's the contract with OEWD, not with our department.
Okay. So everything from Parks Alliance was handed over. Okay. Yeah, she's
what she
shaking her
says
head,
is-
yes.
yeah.
What, do you or the woman know about this thumb drive with all of this stuff on it that was sent to your name was on the CC
No, not
line?
mine. Jonathan Goldberg, our Green Benefit District Manager. I am not aware of it. To the degree that he was copied on that email, I probably saw that email and turned it over to him at some point. I asked Jonathan for all the documents he had, and he said he gave them all to me. I don't know if he had access to a Google Drive.
Is the use of Google Drives, is that a kind of a common thing for the DPW or other city agencies, like who are working with city entities or nonprofits?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, it sounds like Toral created. Is that what?
Yeah.
Right. And that is a person from the Place Lab,
Place Lab.
which no longer exists. But yes, I've been doing a couple of years or a year and a half worth of these. That person was, I think, like the point person helping the formation district, the formation committee up and running, and like sending emails back and forth. But I don't know. I mean, internally in the city, we don't use it.
Right. I mean, obviously the concern would be that, with cloud-based things that don't necessarily pull down, obviously, unless you sync, but don't pull down on the city servers these files that the city might be using. There's a kind of an access or control issue where the city might be relying on these documents that would otherwise be, take away the Google Drive nature of it and say they're just emailed around or zip files or whatever. I mean, there's just a concern there that intentionally or otherwise, I mean, depending on who you ask, but that could get around the disclosure requirements and,
Sure.
and render a document that not in the city's possession.
Actually, though, if they're contracted with the city, they would be sunshineable, and even if it was on a personal device or online account, I think under Smith versus San Jose. But I'd have to double check that, because I'm not sure if that's only for public officials or not. But be it as it may, even if they had a contract with the city, they were a nonprofit, 12L would could fall under 12L at that point too. So just for reference. So I'm not sure, like Place Lab SF, who is that? Was that under contract with the city?
Lace Lab became SF Parks Alliance?
But in 2018?
Build Public, sorry, which doesn't exist anymore.
Build Public. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why that URL is still there.
Right.
So Brooke Ray Rivera works for Build Public, which is now Place Lab SF. Okay. Or the opposite.
Right.
Okay, the opposite.
So I mean, from what you said, from what you read, it sounds like the whichever entity it was at the time created the drive so that the GBD formation committee folks would all have access to the.
Let me
documents.
ask you something, Mr. Steinberg. So at this point at June 14th, 2018, was this beyond now the point where it's now a city project, like it's now being operated by city contractors and overseen by you, I guess?
No.
At this
no.
point? No?
No, if you're talking about the GBD formation committee, that's still the independent neighborhood group. But then this nonprofit has a contract from OEWD to help facilitate, basically give them, from my understanding, giving them support as they move through the process of trying to potentially create the GBD. And again, from the emails I've seen, they hold meetings, things like, who should we try to bring in? And are we going to do a survey? And, are we going to have a booth at a local street fair and, stuff like that.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of where we ended up at our committee level meeting is what may be applicable to this nonprofit, what records may they have. But again, as far as public works go, as its own entity, I'm not sure there's much more we can do there, unless we wanted to explore the nonprofit angle here.
I mean, so Jonathan Goldberg was CC'd on this email and Christopher Corgus. Can we has anyone in this room, or can we ask them, do you have access to this Google Drive folder with these maps, and in which case can you hand them over?
Well, let's put it this way. The folks that were CC'd, I think that's what you're saying, the folks who were CC'd obviously have access and may very well have custodianship of those records. So they would be the ones to produce it. Yeah.
Again, Jonathan was at the committee hearing, and his response was, "I've turned over everything I have." I don't know it sounds like he had access to that drive. I don't know if that still exists, if that company went out of business. Mm-hmm. But at the time of all the requests, what he represented to me was, he spent a lot of time giving me a whole bunch of documents. And again, specifically, this complaint was asking for a list of attendees, agenda, slides, anything from these, whatever, there were 6 specific meetings. And again, I looked through all of our records. The only things that we had, we'd already produced to Mr. Hooper, and I sent him the link to that request.
Okay. Anything else for discovery here? Okay. Should we move to rebuttals?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Steinberg, you're up first, 3 minutes.
Really don't have anything more. Again, we turned over all the records that we had, and the idea that the nonprofit, the city should go to the nonprofit, is something that basically should be taken up with OEWD because they're the ones who have the contract. We don't. So we don't have any, it's not our contract. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so DPW gave money to OEW to do contracts, and I've talked to Ms. Thompson. They do contracts for all sorts of things, for people, Board of Supervisors. Now, does OEW consider themselves the contractor for the Board of Supervisors, and that's their contract? Also, the contract says deliverables, and in the contract, it doesn't specify any department as getting these documents. The documents belong to the city, and any department in the city can get those documents, including Jonathan Goldberg, who's the Green Benefit District Manager. 12L only deals with the public's ability to get records. This is a contract where the nonprofit is working as an agent for the city, and the city is claiming owning the records, and part of getting paid for the records in that task one deliverables is delivering minutes and agendas for all the steering committee meetings, which if they haven't done that, then they shouldn't have gotten paid. But the city can, there's a clause in the contract that allows any city employee or agent to go in and get the documents and see them. The other thing is that lost my train of thought. So DPW has claimed that they it's kind of like a shifting hot potato where they're saying the OEW has the contract, but they're the ones that they have the employee that's going in and actually being at these meetings and participating at these meetings, and can get all these documents. Also, one of the things is there's 3 different sections in the Sunshine Act that doesn't allow people or other agents of the city to withhold documents that are in the public interest. It's just not 67(1)D, I think it was, I cited. Also, there's the supervisor record, the supervisor supervisor of records can't represent a person who holds the records. And then there's another thing where agent of, it's the 67, the I one that you were speaking of earlier, where it specifies agent of. So these are the contractors and agent of. They're acting on behalf of the city for the ordinance.
Thank you. I've got some additional questions for Ms. Zuko Thompson. And since you responded as a witness for the respondent, you are now party to this complaint. So my question is Mr. Steinberg from DPW claims that they are not the contract supervisor for this work, but that now OEWD is. So for the deliverables, and it's pretty extensive, it goes on for pages. Have you received those deliverables?
We have, and we have given them to Mr. Sullivan.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Go on. Do you want to say something else?
I want to quickly explain this. So there is an add-back process that I think you all are aware of in the city where in the budget season, the Board of Supervisors gives, in an add-back, in a formal process, they give different departments funds to do different work because supervisors can't do that. They can't disperse funds like that. So I want to explain that that's where that money came from for this Green Benefit District. It came from Supervisor Sheehy in the form of an add back to OEWD to distribute the funds to Parks Alliance. Also,
Wait a second. So I'm confused now. Mr. Steinberg testified that they gave you the contract.
It's our contract, correct?
Okay.
Because OEWD has those funds, and so it's our contract. And we have given Mr.
So
Sullivan
it was
all of
DPW's
the
money first, and then they took the Board
Nope.
of Supervisors reappropriated?
No, that's what we're trying to clarify here. In the end of year, in the budget cycle.
Now, you know what
Yeah.
an add back is, but I'm a little confused by what he just testified.
No, he just said this is the exact same thing. It wasn't his funds, and that's why OEWD is the holder of that contract.
No, he said it wasn't his contract.
Exactly.
He said
That's
that
we're
he
saying the
gave you-
same thing. It's not his contract. It's OEWD's contract.
Okay. Well, when you talk about add backs
Mm-hmm.
for money, that's not a contract. That's money for specific purpose.
Correct. That we
Okay?
then
so
go into.
it's different when you have some department has a contract and then, hands it over or transfers it to another department.
Correct.
So that's what was confusing me.
Correct. And and then we go into the RFP process.
Right.
So we get it, and then we RFP it out, and then okay.
I got all that.
Perfect.
No problem.
Just want to make sure we understand the money trail.
Okay, thank you. Member Levin.
I have a question through the chair. So it sounds like there was a contract with certain deliverables, and Mr. Sullivan is saying that he hasn't seen items that were outlined in the deliverables. Did you receive everything in the deliverables, or did you find acceptable what was delivered, even if everything delivered, or if it was not, did you still consider it an acceptable completion of the contract?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan. What documents have not you received with regards to those deliverables?
All the minutes and agenda of the steering committee, notes, minutes, materials. I just went through the whole thing.
Got that.
I also want to point out that most of the money did come from DPW. You can look at it. P733 is the start, and it's a $156,984 contract, and most of that money came from Public Works. And also, if a custodian of record does not have the records, and they say that DPW should, or DPW doesn't have the records, the custodian records, they should tell me where I can get those records from.
If they exist.
If they exist.
Depends upon where they're supposed to end up. If they're supposed to end up at OEWD as the final, receiver, and they don't have them, then
they're not fulfilling the contract.
Well, but that's a different story, and that's not in our jurisdiction.
Right.
So that's.
But they're withholding. But the thing is no agent under the Sunshine Ordinance. No agent can withhold. It's not part of the exemption that you don't fulfill a contract to withhold documents.
Right. I get it. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Zuka Thompson. So, as we just heard, Mr. Sullivan testified that in the documents that he received, the agendas and the minutes that were part of the deliverables.
We do not have them. And to be clear, what we held the contract, what Parks Alliance can bill against. So when the Parks Alliance sends us a bill for the contract, what they can bill against are key deliverables, surveys, and things of that nature, which we have given Mr. Sullivan.
But what about the deliverables that he's talking about?
We did not ask them for those deliverables in this contract. We paid them against key deliverables like a survey, like outreach, and things like that. We did not pay them against that piece.
So I'm a little.
So there were items outlined in the contract which you said it's okay, we don't need those.
Yes, in this instance.
To be clear. Yeah.
To be clear, because also I don't want to muddy the waters, but this contract is for several green benefit districts.
Okay.
Okay.
The point is it's a contract. It's the people's money. This organization is doing the work on behalf of the city and the people. They're provided with pages and pages and pages of deliverables as part of this contract. Okay. The question is whether you ask for something specific or not. The contractor is going to try to comply with the deliverables that they're going to be paid for. Are you saying that they may forego getting paid for something and not provide those deliverables?
No.
Okay. So I guess the question that the thing Mr. Sullivan is bringing up is, here's all these deliverables. Did the organization, provide that as part of the city contract? And if they didn't, all right, it's not in our jurisdiction. It's probably more in the city administrator or the controller to determine whether a contract was properly completed or not for the money that was paid to them. But the question is were the deliverables actually created? And if they are they available?
The key deliverables were created, and we have given them to Mr. Sullivan.
So here, this is more of a 12L question. Do you know what I mean by 12L?
I do not, but go ahead.
So the 12L is the Sunshine Ordinance for nonprofit organizations that have contracts with the city, and so the way it works as far as getting information there, a member of the public or any city agency can ask the contracting supervisor or agency that has the contract in the same way they would be asking the information from us, in that as far as getting the information. And if they, and then that contracting agent is supposed to go to the nonprofit and get that information. So that way there's not an interaction between the public and the contractor, okay? That was a big to-do in the creation of the Sunshine Ordinance with regards to 12L, so that there was this minimal interaction. The city is the mediator. If the requester didn't like the answer that they got from the contracting agent, then they can come here to have it dealt with. So my question is have you asked as a Parks Alliance that has this contract if they have the documents that
We have, and they do not.
And they do not?
Correct.
Okay. So that means that they never created them, they don't exist?
They do not exist.
Okay. Thank you. That clears it up for me. Okay.
Well, but there's email that says minutes.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, I'll give you that. Come on up. I just want to be able. We have one more case, so I want to. And if we can't come to any conclusion on this, I think at this point, I'm going to ask if folks want to continue this item, if they feel it's necessary to continue to dig through this or not. But let's hear what you have to say first.
Okay, so the Google Drive thing specifically says.
Is there a page number here that we can follow?
P709. To 711. And it specifically cites minutes for 612. So they did produce minutes.
Okay. Right. Okay.
It's hard as a petitioner because you have the contract that says they're supposed to do these things. There's some emails that indicate they did, but what you're trying to, they can't withhold documents just because it's in a contract.
Okay.
Or
So thank you. I want to try and get through this pretty quickly. Mrs. Zuko Thompson or Mr. Steinberg, either one. I mean, I mentioned this before regarding this Google Drive folder. We've talked about, other members here have talked about it too. It does say June 12th meeting minutes. Do they exist?
I don't know. The company is out of business.
SF Parks Alliance is out of business?
Build Inc. is out of business. They're the ones that created it. And again, This complaint is about asking for information about 6 specific meetings, asking for lists of attendees, agendas, those sorts of things. We did a search, we found none.
Okay.
And because our department does not have the contract with them, I haven't gone to anyone. I trust that she has. He should have brought us up at the last item that was heard, because they do have the contract. We don't. So we've given him everything we can. And
there's so many different entities involved in this. It's a little complicated, and there is a lot of activity with these GBDs around the city. So
I know I've gotten 33 records requests about them.
yeah, right. So okay, thank you. All right, members, what do you want to do?
In past cases, we've believed the respondents when they said that they've given everything they have and don't have any other documents. I just don't see a violation here. I mean, it seems like they've acted in good faith, and it seems like there might be, I mean, there's this fine line, and in the first time this came here, I knew exactly where I stood on it. But to me, there's a fine line of when does a group, neighborhood group, become sunshineable, if ever. I mean, I created and ran a local neighborhood group for 10 years, and we met with city officials all the time. But it was, one-on-one. Our meetings were always open to the public, but nobody recorded them. Nobody did any of that. So I think that could be an issue that continues to crop up, but for right now, I just don't see a violation.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Yankee?
Yeah, I was going to say, I just want to point out, I do recognize that I think there's a lot of problematic pieces of this process. I think there's, like you brought up, there's obviously deliverables that don't sound like they were delivered. I'm not sure what's left, though, in our purview for this, which is, unfortunate, because I would like to find more resolution, because it does seem like a very muddled process with money going around, and it's my responsibility for this, it's mine for this, and and that's what we struggle with at the committee level too. It's a very complex process that I think is very difficult for citizens to navigate to find the information they need. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that either of these two entities, for better or for worse, have what Mr. Sullivan is looking for.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Right, not yet.
I mean, the process,
Right.
when the Green Benefits District process finally becomes, under the city's purview, then it'll get real, I think, at this point. Member Hood.
So I sort of agree with what's going on in terms of no violation. However, I would like somebody to go to PlaceLab SF, which does still exist, or there's a website for it and information about it, and ask, this Tarl Patel or whoever is there right now, can we have access to this folder that was created by him? Yeah. And is there anything in it? Like, can we ask someone to do that even if we don't find a violation, or does Mr. Sullivan have to make that request himself?
Well, I mean, part of our job is to determine if records exist, and if they do, or if there's a propensity that they may, we can't compel. That's the only authority that we kind of have with regards to public records request. So if you feel that there's enough evidence to show that this company still exists, or the people still exist, and you want them to go in and ask them, you can do that as part of compliance. Member, please. Member Josh Wolf.
I don't understand how we can compel a private entity to turn over records, even if they were made in a way that made them public records. Like, we don't have any jurisdiction into the private entities.
We have jurisdiction over the contract, the contract agency, the agency that holds the contract.
Right, but we don't have jurisdiction over the
That's right, we don't, but we have jurisdiction over the contract. The contract demands, it shows that there are deliverables that the requester doesn't have. And if the company still exists, the contractor has still, if the company still exists and the company's holding public records that they were paid for, that they created because they were paid for it, they must produce that.
I don't really. I mean,
That's
I
in
see
the
how.
ordinance. That's in the ordinance.
If they're in the possession of the public agency, but if they're in the possession of the company, where is the
Contractors that are holding public assets or created public assets, they are owned by the city. The city has a right to have those.
Right, but we can't find a violation
deliverables.
for the company.
I'm not saying a violation. I'm saying we can use our authority to compel those documents to be presented if there is enough evidence to show that they may exist.
Okay.
Okay. And Member LaHood made brought up a point saying, well, it looks like there's this website exists for this company, but we're being told the company is out of business. Well, if their website still exists and it's pretty well designed and active website, well, maybe the question I'm saying is that under 6721 we have the ability to compel a respondent to check in and see if there are records that exist.
So compel the public entity to
Yeah.
request. And so
Sorry,
I believe,
it just didn't
Yeah.
click until.
I believe that they have turned over all the documents they have.
Okay.
But I think it is possible that this contractor did not turn over all the documents that were created.
So, through the chair, if somebody in DPW has received the link to this Google Drive, have that person just check if that link is still there. They can just pull the information and hand it over, I would think.
Well, I would tell you if somebody were to have the original email in the email format that's on page 709, it is the word Google Drive folder is underlined, and the 4 deliverables that are there are underlined. I'm pretty sure they're probably links. And if somebody had that original email, they could probably find out.
The June 12th meeting that the Google Drive is about is not a subject of one of the requests. The 6 requests at issue relate to 6 other meetings, which
Okay.
isn't.
Except Mr. Sullivan keeps bringing up this page 709 as part of, but he's claiming them as part of the deliverables. And the question is okay, so then is of his requests, are the deliverables part of that?
Right.
Anyway.
Okay.
Won't belabor the point anymore. I'm just picking up on Member LaHood's notice. Just explaining what we can or cannot do. That's all.
But it sounds
No, I'm not
like if
making a
that
case.
wasn't part of the original request, then we can't, is that what you're saying, that we can't compel that at this time?
If it was, right, if it's not part of the original request, then and not part of the scope of that request, then no.
Okay.
No, because, because it's not specific to the request. If he said any and all documents for this period of time relating to this contract, that's a different story, okay? He asked for 6 different items. He got 510 records related to that. If this 612 meeting was not applicable to those 6 requested items, then no, not part of this.
So, do we have a motion?
Is there a motion?
I'll do it again. I don't see a violation, so I move that there's no violation.
Second. So moved by Member Kanata, second by Member Kate. Any other discussion on this? Any debate? Public comment on the motion to find no violation? Seeing no public comment? Any last words? Seeing none, move to a vote. Please call the roll.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Kate? Aye. Member Kate, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion, find no violation, passes.
Thank you. Please call the next item. And thank you, everybody, for your indulgence.
Item number 12, file number 19048, complaint filed by Justin Barker against the San Francisco Zoo for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
What committee heard this one? Complaints and amendments. You heard the complaint. Do you have anything to present?
You know,
I was at that one. I think you may have been. I think I subbed for you.
Okay, maybe.
I think me and Member Highland were there.
Go ahead.
Who's not here. So this was, I believe, there was a request for various records from the zoo. And
Please take that outside in the back.
Excuse me, folks.
Excuse
can
me,
you-
in the back. We can hear you. Please
Yeah.
take it outside.
Thank you.
okay, so there was a request for, I believe, a variety of medical records and other records from the zoo.
Okay.
There was some, at some point, I believe, Control of the Zoo went over to a nonprofit. There was some type of contractual relationship. Part of that did subject the zoo to the Sunshine Ordinance. I believe there was contention that there was a subsequent contract that may or may not have that paragraph that's saying that they were going to follow the Sunshine Ordinance. But if you look in our packet, I don't recall which page it is, but you can find that provision.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you're okay.
But there was also a 1993 lease agreement,
That
which
was it.
we weren't able to establish if it was current, if there was another
Right. So
agreement.
we had asked if there was
Only
something
agreement I've
subsequent to that 93 one that may have had different terms.
Because according to the 93 one, it seemed like the petitioner should have gotten information.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Mr. Barker. 5 minutes.
Good evening. Last but not least. My name is Justin Barker, and I am a longtime San Francisco resident here. Last November, I was really curious about the state of our zoo, so I requested the final report of the Accreditation Committee of the Associations of Zoos and Aquariums, which is an independent body, and they accredit zoos. I was really shocked to receive a letter from the zoo management refusing to release that document, one that other zoos have listed publicly on their websites. Since then, I've expanded my request for documents, and unfortunately, every zoo employee who I've interacted with believes the zoo has no obligation to release documents to the public. The San Francisco Zoo was owned and operated by the city until '93, when the city entered a private-public partnership with San Francisco Zoological Society, which today is a nonprofit that the city pays over $4 million a year to manage the zoo. In that 85-page lease agreement in '93, the San Francisco Zoological Society, the section 16.2, it's pretty explicit that the San Francisco Zoological Society should provide public access to information concerning the operation of the zoo to the same extent that that information would have been available to the public pursuant to local ordinances, if the department had continued to operate the zoo in such a manner as it did prior to the date of this agreement. It continues, all information concerning the status of all animals exhibited or otherwise housed or cared for at the zoo shall be deemed public information, subject to public inspections under the Public Records Act. The San Francisco Zoo should be following local, state, and federal laws regarding the public inspection of records. And they are currently violating both the Sunshine Ordinance and the lease agreement with the city by not fulfilling such requests. On March 27, 2008, in an order of determination issued by Doug Comstock, who is the then chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, found that the case of Denise Bulbul versus the San Francisco Zoological Society, a similar case to mine, that the zoo had violated the Sunshine Ordinance, and at that time the zoo committed to providing Sunshine Ordinance trainings to its managers. The only thing that's changed since that finding is the people who make up the management team at the society. All of the animals that live at the San Francisco Zoo are owned, other than the ones that are on loan from other institutions, are owned by the city of San Francisco. Sadly, there's a really long history of death and dysfunction at the San Francisco Zoo. Former staff members have called it a dumpster fire, and on average, 2 animals die every month at the San Francisco Zoo, including a baby gorilla who was crushed by a mechanical gate in 2014, and a female Siberian tiger who was killed in a hail of police gunfire after fatally mauling a zoo visitor in 2007. Zoo management has been accused of spying on staff by union leaders, moved slowly to euthanasia decisions, and now the zoo is violating the lease agreement with the city and federal laws by not releasing these records for the last 9 months. Transparency and records requests are so important for places like the San Francisco Zoo, and why Section 16.2 in the lease agreement makes it really clear that all information concerning the status of all animals shall be deemed public information subject to public inspection. Our city is named after the saint of animals. We deserve a zoo whose management is transparent with its citizens, follows through on their lease agreement with the city, and most importantly, follows city, state, and federal laws. I'm grateful you've taken the time to hear this complaint, and I urge you to find that indeed the San Francisco Zoological Society should comply with the Sunshine Ordinance, and that they have an obligation to fulfill public records requests, and that they fulfill mine in a timely manner. In addition, I'm requesting that the San Francisco Zoo establish a formalized process for future requests, and that the entire management team, including the zoo director, takes the Sunshine Ordinance training to prevent further violations. Thank you.
Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant?
I believe that's me.
Are you
I'm an employee of the zoo.
Okay, so I was asking if there were any persons or witnesses on behalf of the complainant. Okay, seeing none. Respondent, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Jason Waters. I'm the Vice President of Wellness and Animal Behavior at the San Francisco Zoo. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I'm here with our Senior Vice President of Human Resources, Vitus Leung, as well as our pro bono counsel, Mr. John Phillips. We've considered all the information in the docket and consulted with our board as well as other stakeholders about pending requests. And the San Francisco Zoological Society believes that it has fully complied with Mr. Barker's requests and will not be providing any further information or documents. Let me explain why. First, the Zoological Society is a nonprofit organization. As such, it is not subject to the broad sweep of the Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance. Second, the lease doesn't change that fundamental point. The lease that Mr. Barker has and that we also shared with you was written in 1993, before the Sunshine Act was put in place. Therefore, there's no way the zoo could have been bound to these provisions as a nonprofit organization. Both parties to the lease must agree to any changes in order to subject the zoo, a nonprofit entity, to the Sunshine Ordinance, and no changes have been made. You have the lease that we have been working under for the past 26 years. Third, the provision in the lease that references compliance with the Public Records Act requests relates solely to the status of the animals. Status is an important word here. Status has always been known to focus solely on the legal standing of the animals. Who owns it, where is it, and is it alive? Status as applied in practice for years between us and the city does not refer to any other information about the animal. Fourth, the Zoological Society has provided extensive information to Mr. Barker about the status of the animals in full compliance with its obligations under the lease. Specifically, the Society holds 2 public hearings each month, a joint zoo committee meeting and a Rec and Park meeting. Information provided at these meetings is publicly available and conveys the information agreed upon in that 1993 lease that you all have a copy of. Zoological Society monthly meeting minutes reports are also posted on the public website, and Mr. Barker acknowledges that he has access to those documents. Following the last meeting, we also provided to this committee, as well as to Rec and Park President Mr. Mark Buell, a communication regarding a black rhinoceros owned by San Francisco Zoo that passed away in San Diego, that Mr. Barker brought, that was his entry statement to this committee the last time. It was his opening statement. He was requesting information on that. Fifth, Mr. Barker's other requests are inappropriate. As a nonprofit, we're not required to provide the extensive collection of documents that he seeks. The lease does not obligate us to provide these documents to him. The AZA accreditation report is not a document relevant to the status of animals. Remember that status is about the legal standing of animals. Who owns them? Where are they? And are they alive? It's the property of a third party, the AZA, and not available for public dissemination. 6, the Society will not violate California law by complying with Mr. Barker's requests. Recall that Mr. Barker is basically seeking every record ever generated by the zoo about a number of animals. In fact, he's even requested records that might be generated that don't even exist, but there may be some possibility that that might be the case. This is a massive undertaking that will divert important resources that are at the moment focused on our animals and on maintaining the zoo. These records do not relate to the legal status of the animals. But most importantly, the Zoological Society will not violate Section 4857 of the Business and Professions Code. A veterinarian licensed under the provisions of this chapter shall not disclose any information, you can pull it up, concerning an animal receiving veterinary services, the client responsible for the animal receiving veterinary services, or the veterinary care provided to an animal. So thank you for hearing us out. I believe I just got beeped, so my time is up.
You've got 19 seconds.
Pardon me?
19 seconds.
19? Well, I think that's about all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any persons or witnesses that provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Okay, members?
I'm reading the lease in 16.2.
Can you give us a page?
Page 829. And even though Sunshine wasn't there then, this goes and says that
Well, actually, Sunshine did exist, just not the 99
version.
ordinance, but there was a Sunshine
So basically,
ordinance.
this says that the SFZ shall provide public access to records to the same extent that it was before, and then it goes and say, will comply with all state and federal laws, rules, regulations that govern access by the public to records and information, including, without limitation, CPRA Section 6250. So it seems like they should be held to a higher level and, under CPRA and whatever Sunshine existed then.
Member Joshua.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It sounds like basically the lease says that they act like a city entity. There may be certain items that are non-disclosable beyond that, but essentially the zoo's position is that this lease doesn't open the door to the Sunshine Act, and I think it absolutely does. And it, to me, seems like basically from there's an order to turn over documents and reassess this based on which documents have a specific reason that they may not be disclosed.
Member Yankee and Member
I just wanted to address, because this came up in the committee as well, the reference to Business and Professions Code 4857. There's actually a specific exception in that code that says that, first it says that veterinarians should not disclose information. The exception is, as may be required to ensure compliance with any federal, state, county, or city law or regulation, including but not limited to the California Public Records Act. So I don't find how that Business and Profession Code is at all applicable here.
What was the number of that code?
Yeah, it's applicable, but yeah, as far as, not as an exemption.
As withholding, it's not
Right.
applicable.
What-
Exactly.
What code was that number?
4857.
Hold on. The the respondent wants to respond to that.
That's fine.
Is that okay? Go ahead.
As the lease states, we say in the lease that we agree in the lease to disclose status of the animals, not everything about the animals, not all the medical records, all that kind of stuff. So, reflecting back to that, we always comply with the lease in terms of the records that we disclose at the public meetings that we have. So we feel that we are still in compliance with the lease, and that status means, again, who owns the animals, where are they located, and are they alive or not?
Member Kate, Member Kanata.
But, so referencing the status of the animals, that part of the lease provision is representing what the zoo is saying that we will agree to provide without limiting, is the first part of that sentence. Without limiting the foregoing, and the foregoing in that case is the public records laws that the lease is binding the zoo to comply with. So it's not the case that this lease is saying that the zoo is only required to turn over A, minutes of the meetings, or B, all information relating to status. Those are two representations that the zoo is making that, just to be clear and clarify, without limiting our obligations into the previous couple of sentences pertaining to the public records laws, we're also going to be doubly promising, in a sense, these two things: minutes and status information. And so, I mean, I don't find that reading of the lease requirement to be limiting, because it says without limiting, and that's pretty clear to me.
Okay, Member Kanata. Then
No, I was going to bring up the
Member
same
Martin.
I mean, I think it's just coming down. If the lease 16.2 provision, you find it either makes them kind of fall under the umbrella of sunshine or not, and then that's it. I mean, I don't think there's much more.
So I want to also recognize our legal counsel, because I think they did an excellent job in determining jurisdiction for us in here, and very clear with regards to this, that first of all, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know whether you know or not, San Francisco does not have, what do they call it again? They call it law of the day. So the fact that if the Sunshine Ordinance did not exist before when the lease was created doesn't mean that it applies to that lease. The city doesn't have law of the day. So whatever happens the day after, the month after, 10 years after, 50 years after, that's what applies at that time. Is that correct? Give him the mic.
Because this is a contractual obligation as opposed to.
But I was to understand that it didn't matter with regards to contracts.
Well, I think that, yes, the background law can change and will be applied. But the question is whether or not there is consent in a contract to agree to certain provisions, which is a separate
Got
issue.
it. Okay. Nonetheless, I think our legal counsel, it makes the same case that you guys are making with regards to 16.2, and I think that gets bolstered by your reading of the business codes. Go ahead.
One other thing I would add, there is a compliance with laws section on page 881 of our packet. This is part of the lease. It's kind of often a typical requirement that the contracting parties are going to comply with laws as they kind of change and amend from time to time, and fairly broad. But I can see that there could be arguments here. But this compliance with laws says that the zoo will be complying with all future laws that relate or control or limit the use and operation of the zoo. Now, we can decide that laws changing relating to the operation of the zoo would also relate to disclosure of records that ought to be public based on the other provisions of this lease that say you're going to be bound by state records laws, which, first of all, that's there regardless of the changing of the city ordinances. The CPRA is applicable here. Another thing that I'll throw out and maybe regret it is that provision we talked about earlier, 6729.6, and the provision of services in the value of more than $100,
Right.
and whether that bootstraps the.
Has to do with donors, though. Yeah. But there's
So you
that
say.
too, right? Sure. No, I get it. Yeah, Member Josh Wolf, go ahead.
It seems like there's a pretty strong consensus across the group, and I'm curious if we're ready to hear closing remarks.
I have a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Mr. Waters, I'm a little curious. If you felt that the zoo is not applicable, if the ordinance is not applicable to the zoo with regards to your interpretation of the lease, why are you here?
That's a good question. I guess we're here in good faith to try and...
I appreciate that, but who do you have the lease with?
We have a lease with the city.
Which part of the city? Is it Rec and Park still? Why aren't they here as because part of this is without the extra parts that we've sussed out here and with regards to the business codes, if just on the plain Jane look of this, it would be applicable for 12L, which is Sunshine Ordinance for nonprofits. Those nonprofits that have city contracts. Contracts is a number of different things. It can mean a loan. That's a city contract. Still applicable to that nonprofit receiving it in excess of $250,000. So at that point, Mr. Barker's questions to you directly would have, had you been informed, would have been redirected back to Rec and Park. And Rec and Park would then ask you, as we just went through in the previous case, they would go to you and ask you for that information. And if Mr. Barker didn't feel that he got adequate response from that, then he can bring it here for an additional determination. So I'm just a little curious as to why nobody from Rec and Park is here, even at the activation or the question of a sunshine request coming to the zoo.
I guess I'm a little curious about that too, Mr. Wolf.
Okay.
I don't think I have an answer for you.
I just thought maybe that, maybe Rec and Park said, we don't, or they felt like, you guys, it's directed to you guys need to handle it. Were you engaged by the city at all with regards to this sunshine request? Did you notify the city or notify? No?
That I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
To be honest, I think we've said pretty much what we intended to say this evening, and we don't intend to disclose records that we feel might infringe on that business and professional code. So I think we should probably just
despite our interpretation of it and what
that's
is
your
actually
interpretation, it's not ours,
and what is actually stated in your contract and what our own legal counsel finds.
That's what your own legal counsel finds. That's your interpretation. We interpret it a little bit differently, so we want to try and flush that out a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. All right, good. Anybody? Anybody else?
Oh, yeah,
So,
sorry.
Mr. Barker, I'll give you, hold on. I'll give him hear what Mr. Barker has to say, and then we're going to.
I just wanted to follow up that I've, after not having any success with getting records from the San Francisco Zoo, I reached out to the Parks and Rec, and they have kind of regularly told me you just need to work with the San Francisco Zoo. We can't help you with any records requests.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I just was ready for a vote, but we can hear rebuttals.
Okay, well, we need to go. We need to do rebuttals. Remember, okay.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Waters, if you have any rebuttals, you have 3 minutes.
I don't think I need 3 minutes. I don't have much more to say. I've said what I intended to say, and
okay, very good. Mr. Barker, you have 3 minutes for any rebuttals.
I just appreciate this conversation. I think it's really important that that our city, that citizens like myself, understand what's happening with the animals at the zoo, and that because this city gives over $4 million a year to the San Francisco Zoological Society, that they really have a duty to follow through on city law and state law. And I think that you've gotten a slight glimpse of the dysfunction at the San Francisco Zoo in this meeting tonight. And I'm glad that there's some witnesses to that, because I've been experiencing it for the last 9 months. It's pretty disheartening. So I'm really happy to be in front of you and for this decision to be made amongst people that are clearly thinking about this in a really smart way. So thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I make motion to find violation
Of?
6721.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And I'd also like to send it to compliance and amendments to follow through to make sure that the documents are produced.
Okay. I'm going to ask Member Kate if he wants to amend that motion based upon some of the citations that he pulled. Considering that what the testimony stood on as defense, particular citation that then does make a requirement under CPRA. If I heard you correctly.
I'm not entirely following you. I'm sorry.
So you
understand
read through the business
Right.
business practices code. So that's the part
the
I was.
violation of the justification provisions of 6727. And I actually did notice, I think in the letters, just to clarify, that in the letters to Mr. Barker, I don't recall seeing specific provisions cited for the basis for withholding under the privilege. Yeah, on 1021 of our packet, and 1022 is the correspondence that I've seen informing Mr. Barker that we're responding to your request, and here's some of the things why we're not going to produce things. I don't find the specific citations. I also don't think the specific citations we've heard tonight were justified. So, I guess I would amend the motion, if I may. I don't know how the procedure for doing that is.
You could do it one of two ways. You can either ask that it be added as friendly amendment, or you can formally make a motion
I'm
to
an
amend.
informal kind of guy,
Okay.
and I would ask informally if I forget if it was Member Martin or Member Kanata, to add the violation of 6727.
So added.
If I may also
Sure.
add another one, I think it's important to also call it the Public Records Act, so I would add Government Code 6253.
So added.
Do you? I think
Code
it's
number what again? I'm sorry.
Government Code 6253.
I think it's important to identify the business and practices code that directs disclosure under CPRA.
It doesn't direct disclosure. It just says, the 4857 says you can't disclose some of this stuff unless it's being requested under CPRA. And so it doesn't really require the disclosure. It just doesn't exempt it.
Well, wait a minute. So, wait a second. It doesn't require disclosure, but it doesn't exempt
I'm sorry,
it.
it doesn't.
If you make a request under CPRA, do you then get the documents,
Yes.
the records?
But I wouldn't say it's not a violation of the Business and Professions Code.
No, I understand that, but I think the reference that that they have duty to comply with CPRA based upon their own testimony of this may further show that they have a duty that they may have read that section of law incorrectly, that they do have a duty under CPRA.
Maybe we could just say that we find that Business and Profession Code 4857 does not apply as an acceptable exemption.
Right.
Yeah.
'Cause I think whether it's the ordinance provision or the CPRA provision that Member Yankee added in on the motion, I think that takes care of it. And then the 4857, it's in the record. It'll be in the minutes on our thoughts.
Right.
I was.
Oh, okay. All right. Friendly amendments?
Friendly second.
Okay. Added? Okay. Cheryl, you got all that? I'll help you on that one. Okay. Any public comment? Not the parties. Any public comment? Okay. All right. Seeing no public comment, ready for a vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Please call roll.
Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate?
Aye.
Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, and now this be referred to Compliance and Amendments Committee. I would suggest the respondents contact Rec and Park Department because I think this ultimately is really within their jurisdiction to deal with. I don't know where else this is going to go to at this point. Thank you. All right, let's call the next item so we can move on.
Item number 13, review to consider amendments regarding bylaws and complaint procedures. I just included that subsection that we discussed at our last task force meeting on July 16 to show that I have published it. It's not the complete 14 days, but it has been published with the library.
Okay. So Section 2 under attendance, that's what we're dealing with here?
That's the only one that we had. Am I correct? Yeah,
That's
Member
correct.
Yankee?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one we had.
Right. And considering this has been on our agenda already before, it's been fully vetted to the public, we can take action on it. There isn't any other questions or concerns about it. I'll entertain a motion.
I'd move to approve the amendments to the bylaws.
I second.
So moved by Member Yankee, second by Member Martin. This will be amendments to Article 2, Section 2, attendance. Is there any public comment? Seeing nobody in the gallery, public comment is closed. Please call roll.
I did.
Member Yankee, second by Member Martin.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf? He's gone. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kate? Member Kate, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, great. Please call the next item.
Item number 14, reports from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees.
Complaints?
It went fine. We met last week. Thank you for participating. Nothing crazy to report. So.
All right. Well, also, I meant to ping Member Josh Wolf to make sure he shows up for the next one. We're alternating.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll send him an email. I mean, he'll get the agenda, but I'll also send him an email.
Great. Member Kanata?
No, we haven't had a meeting, I don't think, but I am glad that Mr. Hartz and the issue has been finally dealt with, and hopefully at some point in the future we can actually resolve this ordinance.
You can, I would urge you to agendize it for the committee, as a project, I
That or
guess.
rules, which one?
I would say, no, I think it's,
I would say compliance.
yeah, it's compliance and, and amendments, it has to do with
all right.
ordinance stuff, so I'd say it'd be good there. Okay, EOT?
EOT hasn't met since May.
Okay, so we'll move on to Rules Committee. Member Hensy?
I was gonna call our next meeting for October, but I kind of want to get the ball rolling on the discussion we had tonight, so I may try to call a meeting in September.
Okay, great. If other members are interested in attending that meeting, we do have to be a little careful that we don't have full quorum that shows up.
Yeah, just let us know so we don't have 6 people.
So if people find, I would just say if you are interested in going to that Rules Committee meeting for the discussion around the custodians of records issue.
What date will it be?
What date is it?
Probably, well, are we scheduled to have a CAC meeting in September?
I believe we are, yeah.
Okay, well, probably the date of the CAC meeting, so I don't have to come twice.
So, well, we'll get that around. But if people want to participate in that one and go, I would suggest you just RSVP Cheryl and myself, and that way, if there's going to be more than, there'd be enough for a quorum, then we're going to have to call it a special meeting.
Yeah. We would have to do that 10 days in advance, right?
Special meeting is 10 days? I don't think so.
I would double check. I know under Bagley-Keene for state law, it would be 10
Yeah.
days. So I just don't want people to think it's okay to RSVP at the last minute if they really want to go.
Yeah, no, we need some notice. So we'll make sure we get the date out to you at that same time. I have nothing on the IT committee. We should meet at some point in the next 4 to 8 weeks. Okay, let's go to the next item. And there's no public for public comment, and there's no action.
Okay, item number 15, Chair's report.
Okay, so as you may have received, we got a response from the DA's office. It's a one-liner that our office is not taking action concerning this complaint at this time.
Which complaint?
This is the police commission. Okay. On top of that, I've been in touch with the ethics commission. I went through a pretty significant interview with them about this, and it's interesting on their part. They're thinking that we're trying to invoke a 6734 willful failure, and but because of the way the order of determination was worded, it probably wasn't specific enough to say that we are looking for that the commission had not carried out. Like we didn't have a specific ask for them to what do we want them to find? What do we want them to do? So that basically the way they read it is as a willful failure of the 3 commissioners that we identified as causing them not to comply with the ordinance. And so their response to us is, thank you for your time today. We've assigned the task force complaint against the police commission tracking number 1920-13. Senior investigator Jeff Zumwalt will oversee this matter. Following the procedure set forth in the enforcement regulations section 10A for allegations of willful violation under 6734, commission staff will conduct a preliminary review of your complaint to determine if it alleges sufficient facts of specific violations of the law within the commission's jurisdiction to warrant a full investigation. We'll notify you once we've made a determination. It's not really what I don't think we were kind of asking for in a way. And it was a little hard to explain to them because they were so focused on, well, you name these people as blocking the ability of the commission to be able to carry out the order of the task force, which name them to be in violation, and they should have allowed that rescinding of the vote to happen. So there would be proper procedure under the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act. And he says, but that's not really what you're saying here. And so for some reason, the intent did not come through in our in our making of the motion. So I don't know what to do about that. We really don't have a process for reconsidering decisions that we've made, except if you just follow Robert's rules. Somebody can just bring it up, and say they want to reconsider an item. Problem is that because I've been through this before, because it's not something that we've imposed on ourselves, but it was based upon a case. It's really the case belongs to the parties, and we've just come up with a ruling. Can a judge go back and make a correction on their ruling if they find that there was a mistake? I don't know. I don't know if any of you lawyers know whether a judge has ever done that before. Has said, "Oops, my clerk
Yes.
or
Mistake.
What?
I wouldn't call it
They
a
don't call
mistake, but they've definitely made corrections.
They do make corrections. So, I'm just would be, it'd be helpful if you guys can think about it. If you think that the part of the OD where we were directing it's actually the referral letter to the Ethics Commission, if that needed to be reworded because it didn't express the intent clear enough, that would be helpful, because they're taking it very seriously. Because it's high. The one thing that Jeffrey Pierce said, this is a high-profile case. It's definitely of interest to the public because of the nature of the vote that was before the public, because it's such a hot topic. And so they are taking this very seriously. So if we want to make sure our intent for all that work that we did goes in the right direction, as far as the Ethics Commission, at least hearing it properly, because they're going to move it right into their Ethics Commission official misconduct type of venue, because that's the way they read it. The way we saw it, we wanted them to provide enforcement, and if they saw that it was willful, they could take action on that. But we wanted them to, in that way. So I think about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I pulled up the motion just to take another look at it, and we actually did move at the time to specifically cite 6734 willful
to
failure.
recommend it.
Yes, when we wrote to the ethics.
Right.
We did not cite that for the board or for the district attorney, but we specifically did in our motion for the ethics.
Yeah, no, we trifurcated because based upon who had jurisdiction for enforcement at that time. So,
Would you like me to pass out the letters and email them to people, or
if
in the
people
OD?
want them, sure. Yeah, might as well.
Right.
If we are going to act on this on our own motion, I think would be important to be as transparent as we can, as we all care about, and offer some type of, I think it should be an agendized item where public can comment on it, because we really don't want this to look like we are feeling pressure from the police commission, the press, or anyone that's covering this issue. And then we go back and change our order. So I just think we'll have to figure out the process.
Clarification, it's kind of a clarification issue.
I think that there could be some people who would make comments saying that it's not a clarification issue or something like that. So I just think we have to be as public as possible and be able to point to places in the record and the transcript where it shows what our real intent was, and showing how that is not reflected in what ended up going out.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you on that. Okay. And we have not heard back from the Board of Supervisors on this. The second item is the Society of Professional Journalists. Funny, after our meeting last time, we were discussing the attendance, And Member LaHood brought up, well, what about that open seat, the minority seat that is never here? And then the supposition, well, maybe he's still receiving health insurance or something, you know. Funny, the following week, I was here at City Hall for another issue, and I got stopped in the hallway by Supervisor Peskin's aide, Lee Hepner, and he said, hey, you know, SBJ is asking to amend the Sunshine Ordinance so that they would have nomination for that minority seat. What do you think about that? And he saw the look on my face like, what are you talking about? Nobody said anything, and was like, uh-oh. So
this has been brought up, but it was been a year or something ago.
right.
It was a couple of years
but they,
ago.
Yeah, but they said no. I mean, Rick Nee, myself, and Allison Washburn met with Sandy Close, and we said, and Rick said, okay, I'll take this to SBJ, and the thought was that maybe they could spin off like a project, you know, or a division, and that would be only minority journalists, and do it that way. And they said, no, we don't have the capacity to do that. And that was a year ago. And then we had this meeting with Lee, with the Freedom of Information Committee from SBJ, and still no outcome that came out of that either, except they said, well, maybe we'll discuss it. But now it's like a year later, and now they're finally bringing it forward, and they didn't say anything. So I was a little perturbed by that and let them know. And I also let the San Francisco for Sunshine group know, because you have two major organizations that are putting a lot of time and effort and support behind the amendments, and we all kind of agreed that we would prefer the voters make that decision and not be a rudimentary adjustment by the Board of Supervisors in this way.
Is Rick Nee still involved with San Franciscans for Sunshine?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so when he brought it to their attention, it's, you know,
He was surprised too. He was on vacation when this happened.
So he wasn't aware that SPJ was pursuing this.
And I did not know that it had been revived. So.
Right. And you sit on their board, right? And I called them both because I was so concerned, you know, because Lee said that this was possibly coming up next week, that they were ready to, and I was like, wait a second, hold off. Last Sunday, I had a conference call with both Matt Drange and Aaron Field with Rick Nee and Allison Washburn and myself. We spent probably close to an hour discussing this, and we felt, I told him that it would have to come through the task force before any agreement, and everybody agreed that they thought for this purpose it was a good idea, because it really is in the best interest of the task force, and also the fact that there's still a person named in that seat for all this time. I mean, we're going on almost a decade now. And yes, because they're still named, they can still receive possibly city services. So we felt that for this particular purpose, that this was probably one of those times, you know, that we would probably allow the supervisors to do that. My concern is, though, is that when you look at the privacy, this is all within the rubric of Prop B, privacy first. What is the purpose of having that amendment of authority in that proposition? And I think a lawyer or a judge or a court, my logic would say, well, for the purposes of the intent of that proposition. So if you were to bring forward something around privacy first and protecting of people's of information, in other words, withholding records, that might be in conflict with the Sunshine Ordinance, that there could be some amendments made in that spirit. Supervisors, this is one of those things where it goes outside of that scope. It bothers me. It bothers me. I'll go with the majority, but I think we have to make a decision as to whether we agree with San Franciscans for Sunshine, which includes the League of Women Voters and SPJ and other interested parties and SPJ themselves to do this. And Supervisor Peskin is willing to put it forward. I'm concerned that this kind of thing, because it doesn't flow with the Prop B stuff, other supervisors, other entities might get some ideas that like, oh, this is not pertinent to Prop B. It's one thing if it was done on Prop B first and then they tried something else later, then they could say, well, it kind of, but here you're starting out with something that has nothing to do with Prop B. So I'm putting it to you folks, and I told them that we would take action on this today so that we can make a decision let them know what our decision is. Member testify.
My only concern would be, this is an instance where them using this procedure, this new procedure, would be benefiting the task force transparency. But the next time that they use it, if it doesn't benefit transparency and sunshine, and we supported it in this case, it's like, I think it'll be difficult for us to oppose their use of the same procedure.
This is a charter amendment now.
Do you know what I'm?
Yes,
does that make
I
sense?
absolutely do.
So I think that I think it's interesting that this time that they're choosing to use this procedure, it's something that we could get behind. It would help us get a seat filled, that kind of thing. But next time, if they use it for something that we aren't supportive, and we do try and, I don't want to say attack it, but challenge it by saying this wasn't really the purpose of Prop B, and it might be difficult for us to attack it on that ground because we had supported them using it for this other purpose.
So I wanted to, on that, I want to say is we can request language in the ordinance or the amendment to state that it's laser focused for this specific purpose and no others. It does not give authority to do, to do something else that is similar. Like this isn't like the foot through the door and now the floodgates are open for anything that you want. We can request that language be put into the language of the amendment.
I kind of think that's probably a good way to go. I think in this very, very super narrow circumstance, I think it actually is more beneficial for transparency to get that extra seat filled. I think if it's done in a way that protects the original interest of that seat, I could see it. I know there's a cost, benefit analysis to make here. I think if we're very clear in how we word a support for that, I think it's something I could get behind.
So I would suggest that we take action on this tonight, and if there is interest in moving forward on this, that if you want some narrative or you want specific language to be put in there, it's going to be hard to figure out what that is right now, but I would say approve whatever the concept is to be as intent for what that language might be, and then we can work on that independently and wordsmith it to fit our intent.
Can we lock the door behind us by writing something into it that says this change and any other changes would have to go to the voters?
You can.
Executive order.
Except the problem that you can, and I think the reason why is because they're taking action based upon a charter amendment. So whatever they approve under that authority holds. So the thing is, though, I believe the city attorney told them to include the Sunshine Ordinance in that because if there's going to be withholding of information or records based upon privacy first, there may be a conflict and there may need to be some amendments. So you can't lock it based upon Prop B, but you can lock it based upon anything else But it's, I think if San Franciscans for Sunshine were here, they would say it's been tough trying to find supervisors and to collect signatures. So, yeah, Member Yankee.
Maybe just kind of piggyback on what you said, maybe we just lock it as far as membership requirements. Make this change, but any further changes in membership requirements would need. And that's why it's laser focused on that. And that's it. I kind of think that would be a good compromise to that.
Okay, great. So they can't completely change
Exactly.
the makeup of
Right.
the-
We're adding 10 more seats.
Right.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
one, but no more without a vote.
Okay,
I mean, just an idea.
all right. So it's for this one seat and one seat only, and there shall be no other adjustments or changes to the makeup of the task force.
Right. And that should leave the Prop B part.
Yeah, leave that
aside.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think everybody would be fine, absolutely fine with that.
Well, I'll make that motion then.
Okay. All right. So moved by Member Yankee. Is there a second? What we're doing is we are.
I don't either.
Okay, I'm sorry. You don't understand.
No, I understand the conversation, but in terms of like what are we doing and who are we
So
doing
what
it
we are
to?
doing, we are agreeing to having the Board of Supervisors amend the Sunshine Task Force to allow the Society of Professional Journalists in their minority group that they are organizing or forming to become the nominating party entity for the minority seat.
Which was previously nominated by New American Media, which no longer exists.
No, it no longer exists.
I guess it's just in terms of like kind of like a resolution that we're just expressing support.
No, under 6730, C, the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors to provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. The task force shall develop appropriate goals to ensure practical, timely implementation of this chapter. Task force shall propose to the Board of Supervisors amendments to this chapter.
Right. And I guess my only concern is that we're not, are we proposing an amendment? Are we as the task force?
We are not proposing it, but they are going, basically the informal announcement to me in the hallway is like, they asked us to do this. We're going to create some language. We'll probably get it on your agenda to, we're going to want your input, that kind of thing. But because the Board of Supervisors they have now the authority to do this on their own, they're just going to do it. So the point is either we want in on the process or we're boycotting it. Okay.
That makes
and because this initiated from SBJ without contacting us, it's like it's better that they get our blessing than not. Because if we decide if we really think that it is an affront, that is an important position and stance for this body to make. Because if, we could be taken seriously or we could be ignored. That would be very difficult. Okay, and that's what I was feeling. Like, you're going to go about this without even contacting the watchdog, kind of the guardian of the...
So that the person hasn't been here in years, and the organization that's supposed to appoint that person does no longer exist.
No longer exists.
So we'd look, okay.
And I'll be honest with you, when you read the ordinance, it just names them. It doesn't, there's no requirement to show that they exist at all anyway.
Yeah, I think if we want to, we'd just look obstinate.
You can start. We can end the meeting, go outside, start an organization called New American Media, and invite minority press. Doesn't have to be a 501c3. It's just an affinity group, and there you go.
But if we opposed it,
I'm just kidding. I'm being flippant. I'm being flippant.
No. But if we did stand in the way or opposed it, it would almost solely be out of principle and not practical problem solving.
That's true. That's
And I don't
true.
think that would, well, not that, I don't think it'd play very.
Well, I mean, but there is something to the principle of the thing. I
No,
mean,
there
when
definitely
you think
is,
about
but-
what the intent of what Prop B was supposed to be doing,
Right.
This is going way off the reservation. you
But
know,
it, would the
regards to that.
storyline, would the,
Sorry? Off? Did I say? What did I say? Oh, I'm sorry.
so, but
My
I,
bad.
I think with
Yeah, you're right.
with that, if that seat's just sitting there empty, I think that's the bigger image there than the prop. I think the Prop B, it would be a Prop B debate.
Yeah.
And it would be, there's a seat that's just sitting there that they don't, I think that would be the image if we didn't join in on the thing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So
that makes more sense to me.
That's why I like Member LaHood's idea that we agree this time around and then say, but don't touch us again.
Right.
You know, and then leave it to Prop B stuff, that we kind of get that in there. Right.
Only in terms of the composition of the board, not anything else.
How about something like, I think this is kind of what you alluded to before, was that that it would be for this time only, and that any other changes must be by the vote
Exactly.
of the,
Yes,
by
that's
the
what I moved.
voters.
Yes.
I'm just,
Yeah,
I think
Member
that
Costello.
just so you guys know, I think I'll have to abstain from this item. I do know that the League of Women Voters did take a position against Prop B for this specific reason.
Right.
That it could be used as not for its the purpose that was expressed to the public to protect privacy, but for being used as a vehicle for making changes to the Sunshine Ordinance or to this task force without having it go to the voters. And that is precisely what this is doing. The reason I'm choosing to abstain rather than vote no is, for part of the concerns that Member Martin has stated, and it is the voters did pass Prop B. That is what the law is. So the voters did pass that part of it. But it was our position against Prop B for this specific reason. So I think I would feel more comfortable abstaining.
Yeah, I mean, SPJ NorCal wrote the opposition to Prop B.
I know,
So,
but they're
yeah,
now
I know.
they're now proposing this,
Changing it. Yeah.
and San Franciscans for Sunshine, which includes.
Allison has not consulted the board on
Really?
this issue.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I was at the board meeting last week, and it has not come up at our board meeting.
All right. Well, then.
But at the same time, I don't know if we told her to consult us.
What's your pleasure, folks? There's no rush, quote unquote, rush to do this per se. I mean, if you want to consult with your organizations that have nominated.
Do you know what their timeline is? Like what?
There's no timeline.
I mean, I think they wanted to just make some progress with this
Right.
because it has been open-ended for a really long
Right.
time. I don't think I need to go back and consult because I think the recommendation for the FOI committee is that we use this opportunity and make this request to have the
Okay.
seat changed.
Okay, well, right, so we need a second.
I'll second it.
So moved by Member Yankee, second by Member Martin. We don't take abstentions, so if you want to step out of the room and be absent for the vote, that would be the way to do it.
If I have a conflict, I feel like I can't.
Then leaving the room would be the way to do it, because we don't have a process for abstentions. I have a concern about that because the ordinance
that's fine.
does talk about abstentions, recording of abstentions, but I don't want to get into it. It's a long-standing issue.
But just I will. Since this has come up and you guys are going to vote on it, I will make sure to ask our board next time we meet, which is later this month, and so that if this does come up in the future, I'll be able to take some kind of action. But it's not just that we took a position against it. I am on the board, so I feel like I have a couple of issues.
Okay. And I'll just, before you leave, are you just going to step out and step back in?
Isn't that what you told
Yeah, sure. I suggested that, but I don't want to feel like I told you to do anything.
See-
But yeah, that would be a process.
And I feel like having a vote with only 7 now is somewhat onerous. Well, because you still need 6 votes to pass anything. And I'm personally not comfortable with doing it, you know, so you need, the rest of the people would have to vote yes.
It sounds like they are.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
all right, well, then, okay.
Let's
If
go
something
ahead
has
and
to-
run
I
the
would just
motion
like
and see what
clarification
happens.
on what the motion is.
Yeah, well, and do we have to vote on this now, or has this just been a discussion and we see where things?
I had told them, they were very interested in moving this forward. Well, actually, you know what? The Board of Supervisors is on recess for all of August.
Right.
There's no rush. I told the group that that we would take it up at this meeting and get and see if we can get approval. If we get approval, then I'll go tell Lee that everybody's on board and they can move forward on it. So if you feel like you want to wait until September to actually make this vote, gives you an opportunity to check in with your organizations to find out if it's real, you know, whatnot, then we can do that at this point.
I have a question. Are there any, so for, obviously some people want to check in with others. Are there any other questions we have that we would want to get answered before we discuss this again?
In relation to?
I don't know.
I don't have any.
The only question I have for my organization is, you know, Prop B did get passed by the voters. Do we kind of like accept that now and want to be able to move forward constructively and approve this process or not?
So we have a motion on the floor. Can we deal with that first? Are we rescinding the motion? Yes, we have a second. So are we moving forward with that motion, or are we going to pull it and wait until next month?
Someone asking to have it rescinded?
We're asking if there is, people want more time.
Right. Does anyone, I'm happy to rescind it if people
I think
prefer
people
it.
want more time.
If people want more time. Is there? Yeah, so I'm asking around if people feel, Frank feels uncomfortable because there's not enough people sitting at the table.
Okay. Sure, I'll rescind that.
Okay.
I think there should be more people.
Okay. All right. So we'll hold this over until September. I will now tell you that next week I have a meeting with Rules Chair Supervisor Hillary Ronan and her staff about the implementation of Prop B, because the city administrator did deliver the policy. There is no suggestion in there or request for any amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. But that doesn't mean that just because they do that, that some supervisor or some other department might think that there needs to be that as the implementation happens, because city administrator herself is not going to be the implementer in that way. This has to do with city contracts and whatnot. So if there's anything with regards to the concerns that we have about Prop B and amendments, like them not going full bore on making amendments left and right. Like, I don't know, people may have like a whole slew of amendments they want to do. You know, I remember, you know, some previous supervisors that wanted to gut it to hell. So, if you have anything, why don't you send it to Cheryl? Cheryl will send it to me. So we have that on the record if you have anything that you want me to bring up. Or if you want to attend that meeting with me, you're more than welcome. I think it's on August 14th. All right? All right, so let's do that. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry it took a little longer than I expected, but all right. Next item.
Item number 16, staff report, complaints, and communications. So I have scheduled compliance and amendments, complaint, task force meetings. That's tentative hearing schedule for 2019. That's number 1. We've gotten 7 new cases since the last task force meeting of July 16. The numbers have changed. In item 3, we have 43 new complaints, and about half of all the complaints that we have that are still pending are by Ms. Trabeau. I've listed petitions and complaints referred from committee, from SOTF to committee. Pending issues, the 2 pending issues seem to be carrying over with like each month, so I'm concerned about that.
Didn't we deal with Ms. Trebow's cases? Didn't we put them on? Haven't?
They have not been, there's been no determination about what to do with her matters. In fact, I was going to ask you if you wanted to meet with me early on the 14th before your meeting.
Okay.
We could talk about some things.
Well, the question is I may not be able to make any decisions on this without task force approval because we can't close.
Well, that's what I thought we would put on like September's agenda now that I've gotten that phone call from her.
Okay.
So for communications, even though it says none, I got a communication from Peter Dolan, which I got on Tuesday. I will put on next month's agenda. And I heard from Ms. Trebow on Monday, and she expressed trepidations about going to state court over across the street or even coming to City Hall because she's aware she could be served with papers. And she did not want to leave a forwarding telephone number or a forwarding email address. I explained to her that we had prepared a response to her immediate disclosure request of July 11th. It was ready to go. She didn't want to give me an email so that I could respond with that. And she basically hung up the phone.
Wait, how did she give her request? How did she make her request?
What do you mean make her request?
Did she phone? Did
Yeah,
she phone
phoned
you?
me.
Did
She
you?
phoned
Okay.
me.
She phoned you with a request.
Okay.
Phone me.
Okay.
Yeah, and
All
you
right.
know, she had also made an immediate disclosure request on the task force, and both Cheryl and I tried to contact her like within the day, like, and her email account was poof, like just like it's like somebody got disabled.
When
completely.
you say she didn't leave contact information or an email address, that's why I asked how did she make the request.
Yeah,
She called me on Monday.
Okay.
Right, and so, you know, and part of it is I think because it's part of the work we do, she said she doesn't want to provide any contact information because she thinks she's going to be served. Right, so, you know, as far as I'm concerned, there's no process for these cases unless we want to make an accommodation over the phone.
I had already explained to her that she had to appear in person, and she realized that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and I don't know how you could respond over the phone.
Well,
Send a proxy.
I mean,
well, we have for anonymous petitioners, that's how they maintain anonymity, is by calling in on the phone. That's the way we've done it in the past. So there's that.
she can appear on the phone, but I don't know how Cheryl could respond to the request on the phone is the thing. So.
No, oh, you mean to the IDR?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about
Yeah.
if we were to take up these
accommodations
cases.
for appearance.
All
Okay.
these cases, so. Okay, on page 1057 and 1058.
Actually, can I just jump in with one thing?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving is November 28th. Right now, it looks like it's in there as November 21st. There's something that says day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It says November 19th.
Thanksgiving is November 28th. It's really late this year.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a complaint committee, the second to last bullet.
Except now it's compliance.
It's after, right.
Compliance and amendments,
So it's the
yeah.
Tuesday before
So
the
it's the
Thursday.
Tuesday
Right, so
before,
that
yeah.
needs to be corrected. I do want, on page 1057 and 1050, the top of 1058, these are all items that have been referred to committee. I just would urge those committees to review those. I think most of them, sorry, Frank, they're to CAC.
No, they're on the CAC agenda. Frank's
Yeah.
already looked at it.
Okay. Just so we can get those kind of rolling. All right.
And hopefully we'll be able to close two of Mr. Smith's complaints too. The museum has informed me that they have complied with his request.
Okay.
So we should be able to get that off the.
That's great. So now we know who runs the city museums.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing is, have you heard from the clerk at all about a database system?
I haven't heard anything. I mean, we were just getting training last week on DocuSign on how the ledge clerks
I think
are
we
supposed
should
to
just
use
whip
it.
something up. That's we have all the ODs. We can put them into a searchable database for PDF, search and all that kind of stuff. It won't pick up the scans that are images, but it'll get most of it. So, all right. Anything else from you?
I just wanted to let everybody know that I won't be here on Friday or next Monday. I'm taking vacation days. And then I wanted to let you know or remind you that I will be taking a vacation starting September 30th, returning the 16th or the 17th of October. So I'm not sure. Flight reservations are being made tonight, and then I'll know. And when I do, I'll just email everybody what that information is and tell Angela and Alyssa as well.
Okay, great. Well, do you know if they'll assign somebody or?
I'm sure they will. I mean, Alyssa has already said they're committed to making sure everything gets taken care of while
That'd
my
be great.
absence.
Thank you.
And I'll do whatever I can early on to provide assistance with that compliance. So.
All right, next item.
That was item 17. So item 18 is adjournment.
No, item 17.
You want me to say announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Task Force?
Crickets. No public comment. Item 18.
Adjournment.
There, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Kanata, second by Kate. By rising vote.
Hey, Bruce, what time is your appointment with Ronan?
With who? Ronan?
Yeah.
When is it?
What?
What is it about?
When is it and what time is it? Because
It is.
I'm Victor advised. Are the mics off, Cheryl?
No, I haven't done that yet.
It is on Wednesday.